that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Today is 3/23/2024. I'm in the building. Shout out to everybody. I appreciate you coming by. Janine, how are you doing? Boona, baby, how are you doing? Triangel, I see you. Who else did I see in chat? I'm trying to remember. Leisure, Sweet Tea, Jennifer Gilly. Nice to see you guys. I appreciate you coming by the stream. If you were just coming by or you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn on all the notification bells. Don't let me stutter. We are about to jump in to the case of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old missing boy out of Tennessee. Now, we are going to dive into that. As we've been covering the Madeline Soto case, a lot of you obviously are familiar with me through that, or maybe you've been here with me for a while. But in general, there's been some interesting things going on in the Sebastian Rogers case that I'm catching up to. Now, we will jump into those details. I want to read an article about it. I want to jump into a video of something that happened earlier. Obviously, a lot of you seen that, but we're going to dive into that information. Rachel, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. MTV, shout out to you. I appreciate you. Livy Live, shout out to all the mods. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Catherine says, where are these supposed 6 dogs? It's only one dog. Confirm one dog. I can guarantee you that. I got word on that from I just seen that, literally. I think it was JLR posted and said only one dog, only one. But Jennifer Gilly said the pups did it again. What do you mean? What do you mean the pups did it again? What's going on, Sophia? Welcome to the stream. Nina, nice to see you. Nina Marquez in the building. What's going on? Welcome, 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 welcome. Everybody come in again. We were just getting started. Shout out to all of you, though. I appreciate you. I don't know about this case. Start talking, maybe we'll jog my memory. Who's sus to you? Before we even get started on talking about this case, right? Or just getting into the details, should I say? Who is sus to you here? Is anybody sus to you? Who is sus to you? Put it in chat. Who is sus to you in this case? What's going on, Misfit? Nice to see you. Zoe, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Dogs are awesome. Love dogs. Love dogs. Carrie, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. JLR, only one dog, watched it live. Yeah, it was only one dog. I watched it too. And again, if you're new to this case, let's go ahead and just catch you up a little bit, okay? Rogers, obviously, Sebastian Rogers, 15, disappeared late February from the home he shares with his mother and stepfather in Sumner County, Tennessee. The boy's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was working out of town, and mom, Katie Proudfoot, said her son wasn't in his room when she went to wake him up for school on February 26th. There had been no sign of a break-in, suggesting he had left on his own accord. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation shared an Amber Alert for the teen, who was described as having a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. He was described as 5 feet, 5 inches tall, weighing 120 pounds, wearing glasses and having brown hair, and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt, according to the alert that was issued by Sumner County Sheriff's Office. So since Rogers' disappearance, a search for the teen has been underway with scent dogs, drones, helicopters, divers, and search teams looking for him on foot and on horseback. Now, however, on Saturday, United Cajun Navy announced it has joined the search efforts for Rogers. This morning, we deployed a search team with K9 to Sumner County, Tennessee, to assist the family of the 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. He has been missing for 5 weeks, and we have been asked to redirect assets from the Riley Strain search to help bring Sebastian home, United Cajun Navy wrote on a Facebook post. Now, that's just a quick catch up for a lot of people who don't know about this case. And hold up, his parents. You said his parents. I already knew I was about to see stuff about the parents. You said his parents. His parents. Catherine says, I saw the interview with the mother and stepfather. I thought the mother was okay, very genuine in wanting her son found. Not sure on the stepfather. No Eye says, I am very curious about who called in that tip about where Sebastian might be. That's very interesting. And I was going to touch up on that. And I'm glad you brought that up. That's why I asked earlier in JLR's chat. I was like, did somebody call in a tip? And then I seen a lot of people saying they called in a tip. So I'm like, damn, who would call in a tip here? Did somebody like to go here that somebody knows? And this is like a location, but they did get a hit. And I'm going to bring that up here. Allegedly. I mean, and I'm going to read this out to you so you know, you could tell me if you think they got a hit. Now, it says the first sign K9 dogs typically pick up on is the scent of the individual they are searching for. They give a signal, which can vary depending on the training and the specific dog, such as sitting, barking, or pointing when they detect the scent. This indicates they have found a trace or are on the trail of the person. Okay? I just wanted to make that very clear before we jump into this here. Just on what they might have picked up on. Now, does that mean it's Sebastian Rogers? Absolutely not. That doesn't mean that. But let's hope and pray that they find him soon, because I mean, 5 weeks, come on. A little more than 5 weeks, like, come on. It's been a long time, right? It's been a long time. Catherine says, I saw the interview with the mother and stepfather. Okay, I did see. I read that already. Miss Felicia. Hold up, Miss Philly City. Hopefully I said that right. Hey, y'all. Thank you for your live video on this case. God bless everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that, miss. Thank you. Scorpio, what's going on? Nice to see you. Said T-REV. So ready to dive into the Sebastian case. Thank you. Yes, we're getting into that. When I was watching this earlier, like I said, the dog scented on something, all right? Because he started barking and he made weird noises, and then he went over there to where the scent was, or wherever he was sniffing around at, and laid down. And when he lays down, I mean, it's just, come on. That was every indication of something. What's going on in the Dax? Nice to see you. Keep grinding up. Love that name. Shout out to Riley Strain and his family. Yeah, everybody put your prayers in chat for them. That's that mom. And wow, that mom was just broken. Let's just get that off the chest right away. That mom will make anybody cry. Watching her, she could barely speak. I don't know what she's going through, but damn, our hearts go out to her. Riley Strain's mom. Kind heart, nice to see you. Dad had bite marks on his arm in the interview. Stepdad. Do we need to hop into some of those interviews? Hold up, because I see a behavior panelist like on Madeline Soto. Remember how they did it with Jen and they did it with Stephen Stearns? They did the same thing with the parents. You said, in my opinion, he was carried out of that house. I don't know, Missy J. You may be right. What's going on? None of your business. Nice to see you. Rhonda says they had 2 dogs, but one dog barked and lied down on the scene and was jumping on the handler after he responded to the dog. Sugarly, thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. Thank you. CKI, thank you. Mama Bear, thank you. I appreciate you guys. CKI, what'd you say? Who doesn't like dogs? Treats for Sosa? Well, he got plenty of those today. Again, thank you. I appreciate you 3. Thank you for the support to the channel. Again, Sugar Leaf, CKI, Mama Bear, thank you. I appreciate that. Blah, blah, blah. Mama's a cheater too. Bayou Babe says they found someone there. Don't know who. Really?
Oh my
Man, that's
God!
crazy. Nah, hopefully let's check it out right here. This is where you'll see it.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I thought maybe they were like taking them down because they plan to build or something.
This was on JLR's earlier.
Tornado.
Yeah, I'm about to get you right now. I'm gonna put it up there right now. I got you. It's kind of grainy, all right. So like the footage, I probably where he was searching at tower was probably shitty service. That's what it's looking like here because it's a little bit fuzzy, but you can see it's more up here, anyways. Okay, so
Seth is not here, but
how did this is an important part because somebody comes up and is like talks about a substance, right? They talk about like orange. What did I forget how they described it? But it was a substance they were talking about.
All right, you're going to stay right there. The rest of us are going to keep moving forward, okay?
What's going on, Sky Blue? Nice
What
to see you.
happened?
Mom is sus in my book. Wild Irish Road. We'll touch on that.
We don't know what's underneath it.
Don't worry, I'll be opening up the lines too because I know there'll be some people that want to talk. I just want to go through a few videos, check out some things. This is from earlier. Again, I don't know if they found Sebastian Rogers, but again, there was a scent call. There was. That dog indicated everything that I've in a K9 you see.
Because there's no lease on it until somebody checks it out and knows.
Dad made a threat against Bio Dad. Wow.
And blood. We don't know. You know, so that's just weird and it's odd.
Yeah. Tape over there.
It's a
Piece of tape
some kind of tape or something with blood
with
and
blood.
insulation.
Okay, so some type of tape with blood and insulation. Did you hear that, lady? Again, some type of tape with blood and insulation. What's going on here?
Some sort of it's
Oh, we got to check that out. I got you, Brandy. We'll,
All right,
we'll definitely get to that.
Is it that piece there, maybe?
So
oh, there was
searchers are claiming they found maybe some tape and some blood, maybe. Just
That's sad.
precautionary, just to check it out. I think we told everyone to kind of back off this area here, and I'm seeing what's up. I think what LE's gonna come here.
Like, who's close to the road? Nobody now. Nobody.
Hold on, I'm trying to think. Did I go past it already? Am I tripping? Okay, there's the dog right there.
Someone closest to the road. Find Brandon. Which road? I'll go. This road out here.
Yeah. It gets wild. It does. Could be diaper material. You think so? Possible depends. Diaper. They have it blocked off still. Do they? They have the place blocked off still?
which is why every time I stepped in holes on the
Seth is not here, but down here in this particular location, he's here and on scene somewhere.
Hey guys.
He's with the K9s.
The dog's about to come up. I want to thank Positive, this poor child. I know. It's crazy. It really is. It's crazy, guys.
We got a dog, folks.
It's crazy. It really, really is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got a dog here.
You want to know what I heard? I'm not going to tell you who I heard this from, but I want to put out this information. I heard from a very friggin' valuable source, and you guys know how I am with facts and different things. I'm just going to, and I won't even name these people, but I will say this. Maybe some of the people that you guys are sus about were out at a diner last night eating food and relaxing and were, looking ecstatic. Well, maybe some of the people that you think are sus in this case were out last night hanging out at a diner, relaxing. Like, what? Sebastian's missing. What are we doing at diners, relaxing and going out on dates for? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is going on there? I won't, like I said, I ain't gonna tell you where that came from, but a little birdie, a little birdie likes to tweet a little bit. So again, he's missing, and we're out at diners having fun. We're out at diners, we're eating food. You know what I mean? We're just kicking it, smiling, having a great old time. I won't say their names though. Again. Now the dog's about to catch the scent up. I'm pretty sure it's right after this. He said,
All
I
right,
want to be
something's
over
going on
the
with bringing in the
That was
dog
my
just to
job.
see.
You're gonna, he's gonna show me the buddy. Yeah, show him his brush.
I'm not even joking either. I wouldn't even just make something like that up. That's exactly what I heard.
All right, they got the dog.
That's exactly what I heard, word for word. Just saying, word for word, I heard that. Word for word is somebody got pictures too. He said while his dad Seth was walking through woods and knocking on doors. Dang, that's bad. Absolutely disgusting. He said, you said his mom did something, Jackie said. Desi B, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. He said something ain't right with mom and stepdad, but that's just me. Huh? Chica says, absolutely disgusting. Sandra says, how can anyone relax when their child is missing? That's just awful. Alicia, how you doing tonight? Nice to see you, by the way. Not wanting to cook, I meant. I must have missed your comment before. Jesse says, mom was not distraught enough for me. Just like Madeline's mom, I would be a mess. I get exactly what you're saying. Sebastian was a difficult child, and Katie had a hard time dealing with him. In my opinion, she blamed him for her marital problems.
What's going on, folks. They got a dog back there.
Well, Sebastian, absolutely. The mom and stepdad is at home, not on search. Yep. Says Seth Rogers is organizing them. What's going on, Jana? Welcome to the stream. As you guys are coming in, make sure you hit that like button. We will be opening up the lines after we watch a few videos and dive into some things. Again, we're covering the Sebastian Rogers case of a 15-year-old boy missing out of Sumner County, I believe, in Tennessee. Again, he's missing, nowhere to be found. I mean, did he just fall off the face of the earth? No way.
Got the canine dog out here.
Here it is. Look, there's the dog right there. Obviously, and most of you probably seen it earlier on JLR's stream. Again, this is JLR. Make sure you go over there and hit the subscribe button. If you're not, he's pulls up to a lot of these scenes, goes live, boots on the ground. Let's see. Where's this at? Damn, it's so hard to see, ain't it? I gotta boost it up. Yeah, that so-called mom did do something. Jennifer says, there was no way I'd be sitting at a diner. I'd most likely be out searching every minute of every day until you probably go to sleep in your car, right? Sleep on the side of the road, start searching again. I get you, Jennifer. Eating would be the last thing on my mind, right? You'd have done lost 30 pounds. 15. I hope he's all right. I mean, obviously we know he's autistic, but that doesn't mean nothing. A lot of I know autistic people that are smarter than me. See, there's the bark right there. There's the bark right there, guys. That's from earlier if you missed it. So right there was when they got like a scent of some sort. You know what I mean? That's when they were talking about before the dog came up about tape, blood, insulation. Just remember those things: tape, blood, and insulation. Write them down if you got to. In the Sebastian Rogers case, they said that in this video. So that's what they initially found over here when they were searching, right? In this circled area that I'm circling with my mouse. So again, they allegedly found blood on tape and some type of insulation. I hope it ain't that poor little boy, man. I really do. I really hope it ain't. Prayers for Seth Rogers, Mr. Sir, Boot Camp, Chris and Katie. Where is Sebastian? Air Force Wife wants to know. How you doing, Diane? Welcome. DC. Mama says, them noticing he took a flashlight. The flashlight video, I feel, was to cover the trail. Diane Cat, how you doing tonight? Nice to see you. Spent time at a fair man's house. He said that mom is seeing. Okay, what I heard. Okay, I got you. It'll be live because they didn't want the burden, and that's not a burden. It's a blessing to have children, regardless of any type of disabilities or not. It's a fact. Trisha says, I don't know why the mom isn't out there searching for her son. Does that strike you guys as odd when a mom is not out searching for their son if he's missing? I mean, does that strike you odd at all? You remember me saying it's the eyes? Yeah. Oh man. All right, we'll dive into that. We're gonna get into that this stream. I just want to. We'll try to see the dog right here. Look, pay attention to this dog because it lays down. I don't know if it's a he or a she. That's why I'm saying it, because I don't know if it's a girl or a boy, but the dog literally lays down. I had to go back and watch it a few times. You said the dog spends a lot of time circling. Yeah, he does. Yep. Angie, absolutely. That's why I had to watch it back multiple times. Uh-oh. Again, if you're coming in, this is the dog right here. The dog is laying down, and I want to again tell you what it means. Let's go through that, all right? Let's go through what it means when a dog lays down, or what it could mean, because at this point, you know, the first sign canine dogs typically pick up on is scent of the individual they are searching for, okay? They give a signal which can vary depending on the training and the specific dog, such as sitting, barking, or pointing when they detect the scent. This indicates they have found a trace or are on the trail of the person they're searching for. Again, let's go back a couple seconds here with this dog. I got to put it out there. Yeah, hopefully it ain't Jessica. Jasmine, how you doing? Nice to see you, my friend. He said, such smart, amazing, well-trained dogs. After me reading that, now watch what he does again. And you probably have already looked it up if you're paying attention to this case, but it's just, I wonder what it is. There's the dog. He lays down again. He was barking earlier, then he lays down right here. Who could even think of food? I'm with you on that. No Eyes, how you doing? There was a lot of new construction in that mother and stepdad's neighborhood. May want to check it all. Thank you, D. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Anytime, Leslie. A lot of people said they missed me last night because I didn't stream. I was like, damn, I feel bad. Tracy says, Katie said she won't stop searching until he's found. When did she start? Damn, the dog ran and jumped up on her.
She's on the phone, folks. So,
did y'all see that dog run up and jump?
They know the behavior of the dog. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, that dog is jumping too. You said T-REV, what did they do with him? I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know. What could they have done with him? I mean, people are allegedly out to eat like he ain't missing. That's the word I'm hearing, ladies and gentlemen. Folks are going out to eat, having a great time.
They're kicking us out. So you might have something here, folks. This is a professional dog handler here that knows a lot about dogs and has told us to leave. So we're backing out. We're going back to the parking lot, folks.
Oh, absolutely.
Something's going on here, possibly.
Wouldn't you pack a lunch?
Rockland Recreation Center. JLR investigates.
Sorry. Okay.
There's something going on. Also, another searcher claims that they saw some tape with blood on it.
Looking for updates too. I don't see.
So I don't know what's going on, folks. But the lady made a phone call and they are bringing us out. I don't know what this means. Stand by. We'll find out.
It's on.
Yeah, see, North County Public Safety. No.
Everyone's leaving out, kicking everyone out, securing the area.
That person was mean earlier too. Watch, they cuss him out.
You're welcome.
You said yeah, they made everyone leave the woods, including him. Crazy. Crazy. You said I lost my 23-year-old son 9 years ago. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. I was so devastated I could barely leave my house for 2 years. Certainly didn't go out to eat. Wow. Damn, Carmen, I can't. That's a choker right there. I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. 9 years ago? Wow. My heart goes out to you. Seriously, my heart goes out to you. That's sad to hear. Really is. Centipede says in soft area in the dirt. Candy Cane says, oh wow, there's too many children dying at the hands of the ones who are supposed to protect them. Makes me sick. And then again, when I hear people are going out to eat and having a good old time, this boy's missing 5 weeks. What's going on? You said JL handled the rude bitch so well. Yeah, I know. I seen that, Brenda. I was actually watching. I was watching that at the same time. I'm trying to think. Do we want to check out that interview with mom? Because we just checked the scent video out. The interview with mom. They got a behavior panel with the mom. And then they got the regular interview right here.
Parents of a missing teen in Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County.
Rogers.
Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope.
Open up them lines in a second.
Will return home safely.
Can you walk us through
this the interview, right?
Right now? I just want my baby to be okay.
This ain't the full one. Yes. Okay, we'll check it out. I got you.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his
Nicole,
room.
5 weeks.
When I told him to go to bed.
It's crazy. Thank you, Ella. I appreciate you.
He said, good night, Mom. I love you.
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes,
thank you
Katie
for that.
Says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
This mom's
He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why.
This crap is old.
I don't know why he walked out that door.
I know, no. I know they do a breakdown on this. So this interview right here. Watch this interview right here. Here it is.
Not home.
no, ma'am.
Okay.
I was at work.
What we see, he shows no.
So it goes from
Today we're going to break down and analyze the behavior of the parents of a little fellow named Sebastian Rogers. Craig, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, so Sebastian Rogers is a 15-year-old missing teen who is somewhere on the autism spectrum. We'll learn that from the parents as they talk about it. He was last seen on February 26th. He left the house with no shoes, took a flashlight only. When we say left, we don't know how or when or with who or if with who. So we're going to watch this video and work through it.
I'm sorry, but I would have definitely, I don't know, the way that chick came off though on that stream. When she was like, I don't know what she said, but it was rude as hell. It was like, damn, Karen, love and light. Come on, Karen. You got to give some love and light out here. These people are out here searching for this 15-year-old little boy on their own volunteered time. Not that it matters, but in general, why is the, you know what I mean? I thought the same thing when I seen it initially across on live stream. I'm like thinking, damn, if I'm standing right there and that woman talked to me like that, I'm like, that's crazy. I don't know who she was or if she was having a bad day, but damn, she was bad. Karen needed some love and light in her life. I'm telling you that much right now.
investigation. This has now become an investigation. It was a massive search for several days. And we're going to look at the parents' first interview on 7 March of 2024.
Okay.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through.
All right, so you're saying zoom in on his arms, like on this interview, this specific interview? Let me know. I'll be looking for that comment.
How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
I don't know. That's a good question, Trish.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless.
Thank you, Jennifer.
And many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
And before I let this, I'm going to keep letting this play, but in general, I do want to know what you guys' thoughts were on this interview. Whether it be good or bad. Write them down below.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
Love and light spot.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Riley, all parents
Always.
together.
He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's first start by talking about there's so much information, disinformation, misinformation out there about this case that what we're going to have to do is rely on what we can see. So what we're not doing is telling you what the facts are any more than we have learned from this channel or that channel. In the beginning, there were people saying that the father was left the night before. And then there are people who say had been in Memphis for 2 weeks, the stepfather. So there's a ton of stuff here. And what we're going to do is tell you what we see. Some of you are going to be irritated by it. That's okay. That's part of it. But what I want to start with is saying this guy's a tower crane operator. You know what a tower crane is? It's you climb up a really big ladder and operate a crane. You're moving stuff around over people's heads all the time. So if he's not as flappable, not as shaky, doesn't bother me because I think, okay, here's a guy who does.
Well, I need to slow him down. That's way too fast. Even on 1.25 is a bit. All right. We got to slow that down. You said she's rocking back and forth. What does that give you a indication of? Or who does that remind you of from the last case? Melissa. Legs shaking at the table. Comforting.
Does something that's kind of high stress for a living. That part's one thing. But what I am going to do is compare him to him, not him to me or him to Mark or him to Scott or him to Chase. We're going to look at what we see in him and look for deviations. In the beginning, she's doing an adapter that is awfully close to what I usually refer to as transfer from a True Crime Workshop, where a person makes themselves emotionally unavailable to you by some kind of movement, by too much overwhelming emotion, but she isn't unaffected. She's available. So don't take that out of your mind that just because she's swaying means she's doing something. It means she's comforting self because that release of nervous energy is comforting. There's a clear handoff from her to him. And if you don't think that's a handoff, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. That doesn't mean that she said, if I cry, if I laugh, if I do, you need to do this. It means that he sees that she needs that relief. Could be scripted, don't know. But his language in there is awfully wooden and
interesting. Could be scripted, don't know.
Awkward, which tells me that this is probably when they were thinking about what are we going to say. He's going to say it's been an emotional roller coaster because the language seems awkward. It doesn't seem accurate or upfront. It's okay because that's what people do. There's also a couple of other little bitty pieces of body language, and
again, the person speaking right now, I just want to give you some context. The top left person, okay? So maybe I'll give you everyone a small description of who you're listening to, just in case you've never seen it. Maybe you have, but for the people who haven't, I want you to know who's speaking and what their background is. So Gregory Hartley is an associate professor of writing at the University of Alaska in Anchorage. This is his first published collection of poetry. I see he's got books and stuff on here. So again, he also is an expert. He's an expert in body language, deception detection, and more. So he's also an expert in all of those fields too. So all of those fields, he's an expert in every single one of them. Hold up, let me pull up. So I gotta hold up 1 second. Lack of eye contact gets me. Is mom wearing a Thrive on her chest? Hold up, you said what? A Thrive patch on her chest? So we got Gregory Hartley again. He is a body language expert. So Scott I'll give you his direct background too, because I know people are going to be like, who are these people speaking? Why are we listening to him? Scott Ruse is a behavior analyst and body language expert. His extensive training, education, and practice of nonverbal communication have made Scott an expert and consultant to law enforcement and to the United States military, as well as Fortune 500 CEO, doctors, attorneys, executives, and entertainers. So that he's also that too. That's the guy up here, right hand corner, Chase Hughes. Let's pull him up. I'm not too familiar with him. Chase Hughes. He's the founder and CEO of Applied Behavior Research. He is a leading behavior expert and author of the 3-year #1 best-selling book on persuasion, influence, and behavior profiling. So another guy, this Mark guy, Mark Bowden. Hold up, Mark Bowden. Mark Bowden is an American journalist and writer. He is a former national correspondent and longtime contributor to The Atlantic. He is best known for his book, Black Hawk Down, A Story of a Modern War, about the 1993 U.S. military raid. So I just wanted to give you guys the background on these people as we continue watching this.
Then I'll go to something else, let you guys cover the rest. But he does that's fair, body language when he's asked the question that he should have considered about, I forget exactly what it is. Oh, yeah. When she says, there's still hope, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, there's hope. I should have said that, should have thought of that. That's what I see in that body language. There is, however, some really interesting body language when they talk about friends and when they talk about a lot of people coming back. He's going to have more friends than he's had in the past. And her lead into that, the stress on that word friends makes me wonder, was there some kind of an altercation about his access to people that she feels guilty for? She feels something about, because that comes up pretty strong in both their body language and in her stressing of the body language or of the word. Chase, what do you got?
Like Chase, yeah.
Yeah, and to mirror Greg, we're here to analyze the behavior only of Sebastian's parents. And first and foremost, I want to emphasize that there's an outpouring of community support for Sebastian, and our focus is solely on understanding the behavioral dynamics of what's going on and how it might contribute to Sebastian's getting back home. So this is not about assigning blame or guilt. So we're just doing an opinion here to help in any way that we can. So with this rocking back and forth, I think it's a self-soothing behavior that people very often exhibit when they're under a lot of stress or they're going through some high level of anxiety. It's a way for our body to comfort itself in the absence of external comfort. And then there's a smile when she turns to her husband here. And this is likely disbelief, not some kind of joy or happiness about the moment. This is why we talk about context and when those behaviors occur. It's so important. And for now, I'm just going to assume it's baseline until I see more with this rocking and stuff. And when she says he's going to walk through that door, or no, he says this, when he's going to walk through that door, there's a lip pursing behavior right there, which is a little unusual. We see this kind of lip pursing. And this is most often a nonverbal sign of disagreement or disapproval. And sometimes it's like a person's holding back something they don't want to say, or they're expressing doubt about what they just said. And they're not looking at each other, and they're not responding to each other's statements. And I think this could be a sign that there's no rehearsal. But it could also indicate there's something going on between them, like some emotional drama, which I'm sure there is, especially if Sebastian's missing and they're both innocent. And in the videos we've seen like this one, where we do know the outcome, this behavior is more common in people who are innocent. But there could be more to see here. And I think this single behavior doesn't spell anything definitive. I'm not hearing his name mentioned yet. But if I hear minimal mention of a missing person's name, which you've heard us talk about before, and there's no other indicators, like big piles of indicators that indicate deception, it's just a data point. So I keep that in my back pocket until I see a cluster of behavior. Scott, what do you got?
So they're even going to go through the analyst of parents' behavior and emotional responses. Then they go through mother's frantic search for Sebastian. Interesting.
All right, thanks, man. Come on. I agree with you. I'm seeing a lot of the same things you guys have seen so far. But right out of the gate, there's little.
I mean, is it hashtag Jen Sotos vibes? Is that what we're getting in here? Hashtag Jen Sotos vibes. I don't know. I don't know.
With each of them, that bothered me a little bit. Like we were talking about before, doesn't mean they're innocent, doesn't mean they're guilty. Nothing. I'm just telling you what I see. We're just telling you what we see. He shows no emotion toward her whatsoever. It's a flat effect and no grief, no concern. And he looks really rested. And so that rocking she's doing back and forth. We see this throughout all the videos we're going to see today. What we'll look for during this, pay attention to this, is fascinating the way this works. You'll see them rock in tandem a few times, especially at the beginning of the first one to answer. As she's rocking, he'll start rocking with her. So he's matching her rocking. And I'm sure, like what you were talking about, Chase, the emotional thing between them is she may have just sealed herself off. She's probably in such a big upheaval of emotion. She's short with him. He's trying to be cool because she's worried about a kid, is what I would think. That's what I took out of that. Her eyes are red. She's not rested. She looks like she should look. And that upheaval emotion that we see, she's suddenly reliving that horror. I always talk about that on here, how we're not seeing that. So that's one of the things we're seeing with someone who we haven't seen with people who aren't innocent. She's got a new Kleenex. Now, if you remember, the last person we looked at that had that was crying and all that stuff, constantly wiping their eyes and doing their nose with the same Kleenex. And it's just this balled up little ball. Hers isn't, it's new. And notice how many times during these videos, she doesn't wipe tears and she doesn't wipe her nose. She only does it a couple of times because those are the times that she needs it. People who are faking this usually are under the impression, I should have tears coming out, so I'll keep doing this. And notice when she uses that Kleenex here at the first, where she just does it on the top of her nose. So I thought that was interesting as well. Not saying she's innocent, not saying she's guilty, but these are just things that I'm noticing anyway. And then she's not looking at him at all. Doesn't look at him at all, but he does look at her as they go through. So, all right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, very much the same. Look, time has passed since they had, notified the police, and this interview is happening. Maybe as much as, what do you think, Greg? Like 8 days or something like that?
8 days. 9 days.
Around about that. Around about that. Okay, so look, it's time for them to organize a story together if they wanted to. So,
well, clearly Mark thinks this is scripted. Just based off the way he just came out firing, it's like he thinks this is scripted by the parents. Again, I've only seen this interview one time, not them, but the actual interview itself that they're talking about one time. Maybe twice. I lied. Maybe twice. But again, I don't know. A lot of people are like zoom in on their arms. There's scratches on the arms.
Look, they could organize a story together. What they can't organize is the synchronicity of their movement. That choreography would take a lot of rehearsal, and it's consistent. She rocks back and forth 3 times. He breathes in and out. There's this waltz timing going on throughout. You can't rehearse that stuff. They're absolutely in synchronous movement. That would suggest, just as you're saying, Scott, that there is a shared experience, a shared emotion. Okay. If there wasn't anything shared, it would be very hard to organize that subtle synchronous level of
one thing I did miss, though, was that they do look at each other in that one. I for a second I thought we're looking at number 2. They look at each other for about 2.5 seconds on this one. So sorry about that. Sorry to jump in, but I had to make sure I said that.
Sure. They also talk about hope. Chase, to your point of there is something unsaid. Mm-hmm. There's a possibility here of a loss of hope and a sense of hope at the same time, having to balance the two.
So 1 second, I do want to touch up on this for people who are just coming in or maybe haven't heard, maybe you didn't see, but earlier JLR was out searching. And there was a dog. They found something, again, tape, blood on the tape. What appeared to be blood anyways. Insulation. What was it? Tape, blood, insulation. So mark those down in your notes in the Sebastian Rogers case for now. I don't know if it ended up being nothing. I'm checking for the updates on it right now. Hold on, let me look at it one more time just to see if anything updated on it whatsoever. Okay, so Sebastian Rogers' grandmother, Robin, slams Chris and Katie Proudfoot for lying and schools them on the First Amendment. This family is desperate to find Sebastian, and it's really unbelievable that Chris and Katie have not been searching for him night and day like his father Seth is doing. Now, Robin Rogers, this is a new report that I'm seeing following on Twitter here. I'm going to repost it. JLR just posted it on Twitter. And Robin Rogers had said, yet another lie exposed. CP has said on multiple interviews that he has left the door open for me to contact them. I will admit that I left a very emotional message on 3/16 to her Facebook Messenger and tell her the truth. For the first time in her life, I did tell her that if anything has happened to my grandson, I would push death penalty. Yesterday, I received the following from KP Robin. Please do not contact us again. Your messages have all been forwarded to law enforcement, as well as this request for you to no longer contact us. Forward whatever you like, KP. I am one very angry grandmother, and you are not out looking for my grandson. I am not afraid of the Proudfoot family or the little man you are married to. This country has something called freedom of speech. Look it up. Now, that's a fresh report. Again, the source who posted that, JLR posted that on Twitter. I just wanted to read you that update. Sebastian Rogers' grandmother isn't having it. She's not having it. She's not feeling them not out there searching. So go, grandma. Go, grandma. You said crazy family. Good for you. She's on it, ain't she? What's going on, Robert? Nice to see you, my friend. Rocket Queen, nice to see you. A-Dash, shout out to you. He said it's so sad, all these kids going missing. Back to back to back to back to back. Elijah View too. They didn't go to Sebastian's prayer vigil either.
Two things together, hold those two ideas. You've got to remain hopeful at the same time. You may be losing hope. So I think they talk about hope.
Hold up. Katie Proudfoot had nothing to do with the Cajun Navy. Seth Rogers volunteer search today. She is clearly lying. She needs to come clean and tell the truth. Where is Sebastian Rogers? Now, that's not me saying that. I'm reading JLR's tweet from an hour ago. A PC held today by the head of the UCN assisting in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Reporter, you were contacted by Sebastian's father, correct? UCN, correct. Reporter, have you spoken with the stepdad and mother? UCN, we have not. No. Katie, you're telling mistruths again. And they actually got it pointed out here. Let's pull it on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. I'll give you a little bit of context here. Let's make it big screen for you. Now, this was somebody, again, that posted today. Maybe you've seen it. This was about an hour ago, I believe. A PC held today by the head of the UCN assisting in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Again, reporter, you were contacted by Sebastian's father, correct? UCN, correct. Reporter, have you spoken with stepdad and mother? UCN, we have not. No. Katie, you're telling mistruths again. And they point down at this. Katie Proudfoot, Sebastian's mommy loves you. Please share and search and report anything that could help. We have organized help with Cajun Navy to join the search, and we pray every day we find Sebastian and can bring him home. So again, they're saying that she's lying. Let's go ahead and share this. Interesting. What's your thoughts on that? Yeah, Katie is mom. Yeah, I know she is. It was Riley's parents who got Cajun Army involved. Katie is the mother. Yep. Shouldn't mom be on site by now? Just saying. Just had to show you guys that we're good.
Though there's some closed lips there from the male, from the father. He uses the idea of that boy rather than maybe she does as well. We're not often throughout this going to hear Sebastian named, often called that boy. I would suggest that's more likely cultural than them trying to distance themselves. It's more likely a term of endearment. That's all I got on that one. Early days, but looks to me pretty good from moment one, just on the synchronicity that they have together, which is tough to organize. That they could have organized a story. That's all I got on that one.
Yeah, one thing to add while we're all talking about this and synchronicity and all that is couples get to a certain behavior mark. To your point, he knows what to expect. He knows that how many times she's going to sniffle, how many times she's going to cry, what she's going to. He probably has some of that already in his head from the amount of time they're together. And we do it on a subconscious level, even at some point.
And by the way, I just want to let you guys know that I could pull up, and this is up to you guys. I could pull up dispatch from that area playing live. So Sumner County, I can pull that up and play it in the background, but it will play over everything. But I don't know if we will hear anything come through dispatch, if they found him or not, if we'll hear him talking about anything. But we can, that's an option for the stream. We can definitely pull up dispatch from Sumner County and listen to anything coming through the dispatch. We can be nosy on that. I'm just letting you know that's an option for the stream. That's up to y'all though. You said she's straight up sus, and so is Christopher. Check his background, his court coming up. Source JLR. Flippy says, I believe there's foul play, in my opinion. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, go for it. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Pull up dispatch. All right. That's a lot. I mean, which one do I want to pull up? We got that one. We got that one. Here we are right here. Okay, this one right here. No, I say we pull up this one. Okay, here it is. Let's let this play. I know there's going to be like a.
Have you ever covered a carpet?
I knew it.
And couples are in sync when they're being honest. They fall out of sync during those times when we're pretending.
That's one of the things that bothered me doing this. As when we first started this, I'd made up my mind. I knew I had made up my mind about something in this, and I'm just
book, highly
not
rated
sure about
pros
it
right in your
at this point. But that's one of the things that swayed me on it.
One of those tape replays.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent.
Okay, I got it on.
You two are going through.
I got it on. And again, if you were coming in, we are covering the Sebastian Rogers case. Here we were looking at different things. Today there was a hit. I don't know if you just came in or not, but there was a hit by a K9. They were barking, then they sat or laid down, and that was an indication of some type of scent of who they were looking for. Now, did they find Sebastian Rogers? We don't know that, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting on that confirmation. It's been hours, like 4 hours since. So we're looking at different things within the case. I got the dispatch up right now. I don't hear nothing coming out, but I do got the dispatch pulled up in Sumner County, so we can listen to different things that come in and out of there. And as we go through this, we'll be looking at this. This is a panel on the mother. You said this is mom and stepdad, correct? Old stepdad. Seth Rogers is out there going hard. Grandma wants to know why they're at home, why they're not searching like Seth Rogers is. That's basically what grandma is saying. She snapped on him. If you go look on Twitter right now, I just reposted it. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see it. People are calling her out on lies, saying that she's, claiming that she's out there searching when really she's not. There's a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen, with this case. Starting to heat up too. Again, something, I don't know, the scent. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's Sebastian Rogers. Do we hope it is? At this point, I don't know. I just wish he'd come out of somewhere alive.
You describe the situation right now. How are you coping?
Let me pull this back up.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
Never-ending roller coaster.
It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna
always.
come home.
Okay.
He's going to walk through that door.
I'm back. I got you. It's coming up.
And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
Yeah. We got the dispatch on right now.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
Dispatch is silent.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home.
Thank you, D. I appreciate
everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say good night to his puppies.
Thank you, Tammy.
A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes.
Weird.
About
Why is it taking so long?
3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
And so at that point, is that when you call 911?
No
What's
tears?
going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and
again, I have the dispatch on. I'm just letting you guys know I do have the dispatch on. There's nothing. It's silent as can be. Literally, I don't hear nothing coming right now. Nothing coming out of this thing whatsoever. But I do have it up full blast. The dispatch, Sumner County, wide open right now. So if anything, again, if it comes through, you will hear it.
I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
There's one line in here that got to me when I was watching it, and it's when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Reminds me of a sheriff in Texas who said, "It'll kill you big enough to die."
Interesting.
So some strange wording, but it's an outlier. So let's look into it. This could be habit, the way that she speaks and references this action, and this could be indicative of him being present or being there. I'll let you decide if you feel like jumping to something right away. A lot of people feel good about doing that. At this point in the clip and in the videos, I'm not seeing a typical amount of behavior here that would make me suspicious.
Hold up. There we go.
That makes a little difference. Yep, we will go do that one.
Copy.
There we go. Now
24, I'm correct.
Coming out now. Okay, it got silent. All right, I was just listening.
All vehicles are moved out of the lane there. I guess the exchange information went on. I'm back in service. 7335. Copy.
What? Hold on. Let me make sure we ain't missing nothing. Okay.
They're still expressing some signs of hopefulness, which is good to see. They're looking at each other more here, as I would want to see. They're more willing to look away from the interviewer and connect during these critical parts of their recollection. And the stepfather, is detailing going through a search of the house comfortably with added detail that we'd expect to see in innocent people. And in a case of somebody who's guilty, I would more expect to see that somebody would not want to go backward from the 911 call to add more details. And if you notice, that's what happens here. They go backwards. So he's comfortable doing this. It's a good sign. And when a piece of a story comes out that's rehearsed and false, the story is, it's super hard to go backward. And often you'll see people are more likely to be guilty, feeling this internal pressure to continue down the path of what makes them comfortable. And what makes them comfortable is something that they've rehearsed. So the father's using comfortable hand gestures that are timed with his speech. The mother is using her eyes and head comfortably to illustrate searching the house. And earlier we talked.
Hold on, we're trying to eavesdrop on dispatch. What's going on? We little whispers
about the mother's rocking back and forth, and that we need to pay attention to it. This part here is where I wanted to look. And when there's a critical part of a story coming out that's deceptive, this takes up so much mental energy to be deceptive that the body would stop rocking to focus the mind on the story. She keeps rocking through it. And what I'll be looking for from a profiling perspective is when the rocking stops. Blink rate, gestures, facial expressions, and movements are all in line with somebody being truthful and honest. One big thing to notice is that there's no focus in either of them on managing perception and exaggerating the sadness and grief. Those are the two big things we see in just about, I think, maybe 100% of these videos. Manage perception, exaggerate the sadness and the grief. We're not seeing those two big hallmarks. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, when I asked him to go to bed, he did, and there's a little bit of an exhale of laughter around that. So a release of tension around that. My guess is, and I'm speculating here, is you've got a male here.
Hold up. What did that get? It's like cutting out, ain't it? Or they're barely talking. We're trying to hear them say something. Come on. Talk to us. Talk to us, dispatch. Let us know what's going on out here. We want to know. We're nosy.
Reaching teenage, more testosterone, therefore more obstinate on the spectrum as well. So that can exacerbate the routines and you know, the sense of risk as well. Doing things that are more risky. Obviously, we know that levels of testosterone, as they go up, we see less risk in the world. We'll take more risks the more testosterone that we have going around our body. That's why if you're a male, and a male will have a propensity on the aggregate to create more testosterone than a female. Not every day, but most days. If you aggregate all males together, and that's why you will pay more for your driving insurance, especially if you're anywhere between 15 and 23, because you see the world as less risky the more testosterone you're creating in your body. So just a little behavioral thing there of we've maybe got a male here that is seeing less risk in the world. And so it's interesting to the mother that she asks him to do something and he does it. So, no blame though. To the child. He's not a runner. He's a good kid. He's not mischievous. Often.
Yeah, but it does strike people weird, including myself. Why isn't a lot of people are asking, why aren't these two out there searching? Right? I mean, does that strike you weird at all? We do see this interview. They're saying when he walks back through this door and these different things, but why aren't we searching? What's going on there? It's just weird, allegedly,
Often in examples where we do see parents involved in some way or holding back information, there will be some level of blame placed around the kid. Here we've got no level of blame. Look, let's just look at the male here. We're not going to see grief.
Damn, that dispatch is horrible. Like you could barely hear it.
In the forehead here, because the guy's wearing a cap and he's shaded as well. So we're not seeing some of the areas of the body that we would like to see if we're to see grief, if grief is there at all. I don't know whether it is or not. We may see it in other parts of the face, but we're not going to see it in the forehead here. I don't know why. There's a deep exhale. I don't know why he walked out that door. Deep exhale there. So there's clearly a pause there before why he walked out the door. What's that about? I don't know. I'm not a mind reader, but clearly there's a pause for thought about the idea of him walking out the door. Is it a pause for thought about the possibility?
Oh my God, this behavior panelist is on point though. There was no sadness when my kiddo died. I couldn't even I couldn't find even one piece of joy or smile. I got you. That's a fact, but we're all different. Yeah. Renee Days, he said internet a mess all over the world tomorrow. What's going on, Trina? Welcome.
That he was walked out the door in some way or taken out the door in some way. I don't know, but certainly there's a pause. There's a moment taken there. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, interesting. You bring up the whole, we can't see his forehead, so we can't tell if there's grief. But I do see something interesting in the beginning. I see a grimace, kind of a grimace in his face and a deep swallow. We usually associate those with really strong negative emotion, usually. Now, it could be something else. But we just came out of the last video and into this one, so it's related to that last question around the kid. So I think it's still there. His blink rate is really low. I think part of that is his baseline. If we watch, he does a flutter occasionally, but when she starts to bring up so many people, I think this is a hot button for him. We'll find out later. When she does that, his blink rate jumps. It pulses right through the roof.
You said what was found today? Well, I'll fill you in if you just came in. Do one thing. It's free 99. Make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. But yes, they found allegedly tape, blood, and insulation. Live on the search. JLR was live out there searching into this wooded area. And all of a sudden, a group of people that came up, they were talking about how they had found some type of insulation with blood on it. Okay, so again, I don't know what that was. They made everybody move out the area. They removed them out of the area, fairly fast. And we really haven't been hearing anything since. So again, there's been reports too. And let's get these reports straight.
1231 Highway 109 North, 1231 Highway 109 North. They're trying to get our daughter's union. The people that live in the home are starting a problem.
1 second.
Car doesn't know their name.
1 second.
In Fort Worth room.
Oh, here it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is right here. What was I talking about earlier, ladies and gentlemen? What did I say? I said that I heard, and damn, it was JLR had it. I heard that they were out. Look at this right here. I heard that they were out. I just said this. Pull it back. Pull the stream back 40 minutes ago. I literally just said I heard that they were out eating, and here it is right here. I mean, here you go. As the search for Sebastian Rogers continues, Chris and Katie Proudfoot are seen out enjoying barbecue dinner. I wonder if they realize they are being watched 24/7, ladies and gentlemen. I literally was just talking about this. I didn't know it was JLR, though. They had JLR ended up being the one with the picture. Like, what?
Oh, my God.
Wow. Okay. 12 minutes later. 12 minutes ago, this was posted. Again, let me repost it on there so you guys can see it. I told you. You said, oh, shit. Oh, ish. Oh, my God.
105 Pine Thicket. 105 Pine Thicket.
Oh.
There was nothing in the background.
Let's listen to that dispatch.
Caller called it a second time for his brother.
You said they were doing too much. Are you fucking kidding me? I told you. I would never BS. I told you what I heard. Now I said I'm not gonna say names on who it was. That's what I did say. I said I'm not gonna say names on who it is. But a little birdie had told me that they were at some place. And then what, 30 to 45 minutes later, the picture surfaces on the internet? I'm just saying. Again, as they search for Sebastian Rogers, ladies and gentlemen, Chris and Katie Proudfoot are seen out enjoying barbecue dinner. I wonder if they realize they're being watched 24/7. They're snapping the pictures here. Look, man, they're out there. They're really out there. That's disturbing. She's on the phone. That is so fucked up. There's no concern for the child or her child, as he says. Good vibes. I'm telling you, it's wild. Sad people need to eat too. And yeah, people definitely need to eat. People definitely need to eat. How can you be out with your son missing? That makes me sick. Again, I'm just bringing up some things. We were talking about it earlier. So, and then the picture came out. Wow. Now let's go back to here. I did want to get a few things straight just because I see some information or misinformation that's out there. Now, somebody said something about 6 dogs. There was only 1 dog, by the way. I don't know where that's coming from, but here, let me catch you up to that. Get you up to speed real quick. Let's get you up to speed. Just went back by the search area. Henderson police still have it blocked off, or Hendersonville police still have it blocked off. This was 3 hours ago. They are in there doing something. However, sounds like they don't believe. You see this? Don't believe it's related to Sebastian Rogers. But again, sounds like they don't believe. When you say sounds like, it just leaves that possible chance. Maybe. Hold up, TBI. Our North Sumner County Sheriff will be heading to the scene where the K9 alerted per Nick Bears with Channel 5 News. They don't feel it was related to Sebastian's case, so they did not feel it was necessary to go look.
Oh my God.
Didn't feel it was necessary to go look on a hit? I can confirm that Proudfoots have threatened to take legal action against the Rogers side of the family. Proudfoots think Seth Rogers searching for Sebastian Rogers makes them look bad. Proudfoots demanded the Rogers family to take down their GoFundMe that was set up for Seth Rogers. Seth is taken off work to look for his son and has been handing out flyers. Seth Rogers' sister, I would like to thank everyone for all your support through this. I went out to the, hold on, I'm just making sure, because somebody was talking about 4 dogs, and again, it was only, or 6 dogs. I seen something about 6 dogs, and it was only, again, 1 dog. I wanted to correct it, but I don't. Okay, right here. It wasn't 6 cadaver dogs. It was 1 dog, and it all happened during my live stream. And if you were in here at the beginning, we played that part where they found him. But though, interested right here, though. Again, as they search for Sebastian Rogers, Chris and Katie Proudfoot are seen out enjoying barbecue dinner. Poor Seth Rogers is out there going crazy. You know, he's putting in work. Then you got this, allegedly, you know.
You're working.
And he goes into internal voices. She's talking in Mills's hands.
Thank you.
Now, here's where people automatically say that means he's lying. Well, for us, it means something's going on in his head. He's milling his hands. We don't know why. We can see it. We can't see his hands. We know.
What is that? What is this officer saying? Give us some good news, officer. Nothing? Okay.
He's feeling stressed, but there's a missing kid involved. Mark, to your point, we don't know their relationship. We don't know any of that. One interesting and odd part of body language to me that does occur. She says, we had a really good weekend, and he's in down to his left in internal thought and disengaged with his eyes. And then he raises his head and nods yes. Well, if he's not home, how does he know what that was? Or is he just supporting her is the question. So we'll look for a pattern of that, looking for where he's trying to endorse something versus just supporting what she's saying. We really can't tell. And I agree with you, Mark, when the mother laughs about he did go to bed, he's been defiant. Clearly, you can tell that. And here's an interesting one. I've tried to find out whether he was home, whether he was away at this time. She says, I went to bed. I, not we, I. So interesting. That means sounds like he wasn't home. She would have to be very thoughtful and use the pronouns if she was going to cover that. And then let's see. If you listen to her cadence slow, Chase, I'm with you 100%. We always talk about these guys managing perception. If we go back and look at the Madeline Soto case, the stepfather managing perception, the mother managing perception, none here, none of it. They're just going on about their business. And he's using big illustrators when he's telling the details of the story. Bray says larger indicators indicate more likely being honest. And then she uses big illustrators with her face. She's going from outside to inside. So those things are good. All those pieces start to look good. Only a couple of cues. Chase, yours, the word pattern shift is weird. I went to woke him up. and then the one with the endorsing with his head movement, or saying, yes, we did have a good weekend. Can't figure out which it is. We'll figure out and watch as we go. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I woke him up and he wasn't there. I agree. I think that's cultural, because people talk like that. And I'm from there, not Hendersonville, but from the South in this area, and spent many years, in that area. Know a lot of people in Hendersonville. That's the way they talk. And so I wouldn't think there's much to that. Maybe, I don't know, but that's the way I'm looking at it. What bothers me about this is he said we called 911, and and then when the sheriff's department showed up, he said they showed up within minutes, and here we go. So it's this lateral logic thing where you're presented with some facts, and you assume the dad is.
This is interesting. Jennifer Coughlin Davers, what she say? She said something is bothering me, and that is the search warrant that was obtained early on in the Sebastian Rogers investigation. I know law enforcement said routine, but no landfill search is routine. And that possible cause affidavit, or that probable cause affidavit, had to show probable cause to believe either a crime was committed or that a body would be in the landfill for them to be able to search. Law enforcement is being awfully quiet. What is in the probable cause affidavit? I wish we could read that. What's the probable cause?
Home during that, like when all that's happening, where he couldn't possibly be home if she just found out and called him, and then he came, and then when he was in, where was he? We found out in
Memphis,
Georgia.
Yeah, but or Memphis. But let's also realize this is something we deal with all the time. If that were the case, Wendy Adelson, and that whole thing would not be an issue. You don't have to have proximity to have involvement. So.
I cannot hear that scanner. I might have to boost the volume on that so we can hear it over everything.
So yeah, I think it's fair to still look at him as if, right?
Yeah. So it still makes me wonder. When I first started this, I was on the impression he was at home that night and then went to Memphis that morning. So I figured maybe he's the last one to see the kid. And I went down this road of looking at him from an entirely different angle and couldn't believe how relaxed he was. And I thought, this is a cold dude, man, because he's so relaxed and so cold. But there are some things, if you look at it from that angle, you'll say, you know what? I think this guy there might be something up here. But if he's been in Memphis 2 weeks, then they don't hold up to that. So it could go either way. But anyway, back to the lateral logic thing. You're given information, but there's that one little piece missing. You don't get in there and look for that one little piece of information, and you accept everything and move on without thinking about it. And that's what I had done. And I love lateral logic, so I can't believe that got by me. But they do, in this one, they don't look at each other or touch each other either. She's leaned back or leaned forward as a grieving person usually does. That's totally normal. He's leaned back a little bit. That's another thing that made me think about him some. But he's probably, he's not as emotionally involved in this as she is, because it's not his real son. I know that sounds horrible, but there's a big difference there when you're mad at this. You say you don't get along with this kid's father, and I don't know how long these two have been married. May not be very long. Maybe doesn't have a good relationship with the child. So that could be the reason for that. We're not seeing any comparable stress on him at all. He looks very relaxed, which makes me think he's so relaxed that he's not worried about thinking, I did this, I've got to watch it. Back to perception management. They're not doing any of that at all. It's like they don't care, because if you didn't do it, you shouldn't care. There's no reason to do that. So that's really interesting. His voice doesn't sound stressed. He doesn't show any upheavals of emotion or any emotions at all, really, as he goes through this. He does look at her a few times throughout the interview, but she never looks at him outside the 2 times that we'll see them look at each other when they go through here. But neither one has said the child's name yet. Doesn't mean anything. Some, in this situation may not mean anything, but we haven't heard his name yet, except from the interviewer.
One of those tape replays.
Wow. Here it is.
So
Here's
we
the
are,
breakdown
8
I'm waiting
days
for.
now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
Sarah, I
We were out and
appreciate
about
you.
that day. We were having a really good weekend.
Wildfire, New Brunswick. Thank you guys.
We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed,
You're all right.
he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
Now, when people talk about the scratches on the arm, are they talking about right here where I'm circling? Let me know down in the chat if that's what you're talking about when you say that there's scratches on this man's arm, because I thought I seen one down here. I'll be looking for that too. I thought I seen one just now, right in this area. Yeah, I see it right now.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time?
I can see
when
it.
you normally wake up around 6 o'clock? So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be in the shower?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
I can't. Yeah, I see a little something right there.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
Tell me if you see it.
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
That's
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home.
No, ma'am. Okay. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's,
Yes. Okay. Cali.
I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here down to the
main
road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Chase, what do you got?
One thing I would really expect to see with these questions that are being asked is what we call target locking behavior. And this kind of pairs in with something called confirmation glance. Mm-hmm. And this one behavior I've seen in somebody who's guilty every time they have this behavior. And it's typically during two super key points here. And the first one is when a super critical question is being asked that can help them to shape their perception a little bit, when their innocence can be displayed. Second is during and just after their answer to make sure that the interviewer believes it. Mm-hmm. And we're not seeing any of this here at all. When she's talking, he is comfortable looking at her. And this is more common in innocent people, where guilty people want to do two things. Number one is keep an eye on the interviewer, and two, avoid looking like they're influencing or persuading the other person by looking at them. I know it's irrational, but that's what the fight or flight brain believes. mother and father or stepfather have an equal amount of exasperation with not being able to understand why he's missing. And the mother is comfortable guessing he walked out the door instead of introducing and injecting ambiguity and uncertainty.
What are they? I swear it's so muffled. The dispatch is muffled as hell. It's like, how many man? And that's what it sounds like to me when I'm listening to it. It's not like the Cavalcante dispatch where it was loud and clear
about some course of events. So that's very good. So keep in mind when we see small behaviors like Greg talking about him grabbing his arm just a second ago, one of the reasons we talk about clusters so much, pointing out one behavior in isolation is next to meaningless. We've got to have these little clusters of behavior for anything significant to come out of it. That's all I got here, Scott.
All right. Yeah, I agree. It's this in this video. It's hard not to go over the same stuff, so I'll try to knock out a bunch of the same stuff. But Greg, I agree with you. When he's scratching his arm, it seems like something's up there. I think all that's happening here is he's trying to find something to say, so he'll have something to say. I don't think he's a big talker when it comes to tell us what you think about so and so. I don't think he's one to drone on and on. So I think for each one of these situations, he's just looking for something to say. He's just trying to be involved, trying to say something.
Scott, one thing I would add, I think it's really easy to pick a thing and lock down and not just forget body language, the scratch. The whole point I was making is that, and then he opens up. So there's a difference. It's also the same thing. Why didn't you choose this question instead of that question? Look, people are under stress. They make different decisions. And this is a reason like statement analysis, you got to be really careful with where you assign words to people.
Or someone who lives in alternate EMS just wanted that address. You can clear me to them.
Boy, they need a new dispatch sound system in friggin' Sumner County.
Based on where they're from and all that kind of stuff. Just a thought.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. And then when he's trying to look more concerned than he's very concerned. Don't get me wrong, but he's trying to look concerned. And I'm under the impression that because he looks concerned for a second, then he goes away fairly quickly. Real emotions stick, even though he's feeling these emotions. He's not deep in it like his wife. And my father always said, if in a marriage, if one of you is in the ditch, in other words, one of them is down, so got a lot of stuff going on, you can't get in the ditch with them or you'll both be in the ditch. So he may be one of those guys. It's like trying to stay out of it and trying to be I'm the guy here and I'm going to take care of everything. So that could be what we're seeing as well, which I'm tending, it starting to look like that a little bit for me. But he doesn't really even answer the question there. It's just, he doesn't even answer it. And of course she goes along showing the same emotional transmissions and transmitting the same thing that she has been at this point. So nothing's changed much for her. She's just showing us all the body language of a grieving mother. Try not to repeat stuff you guys just said. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, just one thing is that when he was talking about being up in that crane tower early in the morning, receives the call. He's got his walkie-talkie in one ear and his phone in the other ear. I kind of thought, wow, that's pretty early to be working. And then I realized Mrs. Atwood out the back here, she's got a tower block built behind her place. And I can see the crane as we speak, and it's moving around. And that starts.
Can we get to 2K? Let's see if we can hit 2K likes. I'm about to open up the lines here in a little bit. I want to hear from the community. Now, if you're familiar with what I do around here, we go through videos, we make docu-series, we do tons of things. But what I like to do during my lives is hear from the people, hear what their thoughts are, their theories, what they think is going on with mom or stepdad or dad or whoever you want to talk about. This is a free thinking platform.
I'll be clear with the report.
1 second. I want to make sure we're not missing nothing. I don't think we'll hear anything through dispatch anyways, but in general, I like to hear from the community, regardless of the facts. Maybe somebody wants to call in or knows something or wants to put an important piece of information out. You never know. Just look at the Madeline Soto case with all the people who called in on that. Even there was a couple weirdos on that one. Stephen are part of a rank. All that weird stuff that we had going on during the Madeline Soto stream. But another Jennifer and Stephen, in my opinion. You think so? You think another Jennifer and Stephen, like the Madeline Soto case? No charges, by the way, in that case either. And then you got 5 weeks into the search of Sebastian Rogers isn't found. That's highly, I'm sorry, but I got a bad feeling in my gut about this one, ladies and gentlemen. I was hoping that dog that got the scent earlier, I was hoping it was him, or at least that they found him. I didn't want him to be deceased, obviously, but at this point, looking at 5 weeks, what is going on in Tennessee? You got Summer Wells, right? Now you got Sebastian Rogers, who just fell off the face of the earth. What is up with these kids in Tennessee that just fall off the face of the earth, by the way? Is there something in the air over there? Like literally where kids are falling off the face of the earth? Again, Summer Wells and now Sebastian Rogers, who fell off the face of the earth? Like, is that what really is going on out here? I mean, let me find out. Man, my heart was in my throat. Well, when you seen that video, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I thought it was something too, but yeah, they don't just disappear. And I do like the facts that are being brought out, ladies and gentlemen. They don't go and search landfills for no reason. They just don't. They're not going to go and search a landfill for no reason. So what does police have, or what kind of evidence are they holding close to their chest right now that would make them go and search a landfill? Again, think back to Quentin Simon. Yes, he was a younger kid. He was a toddler, but they searched the landfill. Elijah View, they searched the landfill. Why are they searching these landfills? We know with Quentin Simon why they searched the landfill, but why did they search the landfill for Sebastian Rogers, and what indicated or what made them go and search that? They didn't just go there by choice. I'll tell you that much right now. They went there for some reason. There was some clue that led them there. I would never go to Tennessee, says Sky Blue. Yeah, that's crazy.
As soon as the sun comes up, as soon as so I don't know what time the guy must climb up that, in the dark, which wouldn't be a job that I would want to do any day of the week. So, look, often we don't understand the working times of other people, what their work is like. And it's very easy if they're doing something which is outside of our scope for us to go, well, that's really odd behavior, until we look around and go, for their life, it's not odd behavior at all. That's all I got on that one. Let's have another.
I have a buddy. Check this out. A buddy named Kyle and his sister. Hang on.
Said I live in Tennessee. Please stop there.
His sister Kira met one of those guys as he was climbing, going to the tower. She could see him from their window, and as he climbed the thing, and every day she would see him doing that. Make a long story short, they got married. He'd go up again, down again, all that stuff, and she'd see him every day, a couple of times, and they got married.
I don't know whether I see the same relationship for Mrs. Atwood.
Say what? Say what? You live 2 houses down from who? Potty mess.
856 Boy King Charles Lincoln. 856 Boy King Charles Lincoln.
Okay. Well, what do you mean by live 2 houses down from them? I'm a hot mess. What you mean by that? I'm just curious. You said Trev, they got a tip. All right, I'm reading this one too. Trev, they got a tip from the garbage company that their garbage was heavier. Okay, heavier than normal. Okay, that would make sense. What was in that trash can then? I'm glad you said that. If that is the case, what was in there?
Great driver.
Another Atwood incident.
One of those tape replays.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home.
No, ma'am. Okay. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. Yeah. So it's,
not yet.
I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios.
All right. So you know what? I'll just open them straight up. We'll do it. 219-885-9693. I'll take phone calls. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Let's hear Here you go. Phone number's up top, and if you want to call in again.
So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and
interesting.
Led to calling the cops, and here we
I'm
are
gonna
now.
be 36
Within
eight.
minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here.
Ringing already. Here we go. 908. It's never too late. You're the first caller. You are live on stream. What is going on?
What's up, T-REV? It's Chris.
What's going on, Chris? How's it going today, man? 6
Emergency,
minutes.
Boy Charlie X-ray 6414.
Yeah, I see this thing with the interview with Olivia. I watched, and God, the kid has a name. His name's Sebastian, right? They keep saying he and his and this, but I mean, the media is saying Sebastian more than they are,
right?
You know, so yeah, this thing, it's definitely foul play involved, and you know, but
foul play.
You know,
Are you foul play? Do you think foul play because of how long he's been missing, or the way that people are acting? I mean, what makes you think foul play?
The way it's so nonchalant, you know, it's kind of like, well, yeah, you know, he did this and he did that, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, you wander off, and you know, it's, and then they're out like having dinner, then they're out riding around, and even his Facebook page doesn't even have like, wouldn't you think you would change your like header page to have like a wanted thing with his name on it and everything, or you know, reward or something, you know? But God, it's like, yeah, they're like so casual about it. I don't know why, but something's odd. I mean, something's odd with the whole thing, you know?
Yeah. Weird, ain't it? I don't know, man. Like I said, I heard earlier, I was like, man, I heard that they were at a diner and there was some pictures out there floating around. Boom. 30 minutes later, it's on Twitter. I'm like, damn. Crazy.
How could you get sleep? How could you eat? How could you, I mean, like, I mean, maybe it's just me, but
Well, he's been missing for a long time too. He's been missing for what, 5 weeks right now?
Yeah.
He's been missing since late February, disappeared late February from home. He shares with his mother and stepfather in Sumner County, Tennessee. The boy's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was working out of town, and mom, Katie Proudfoot, said her son wasn't in his room when she went to wake him up for school on February 26th. That's damn near around the same time as Madeline Soto.
Yeah, she was, well, according to Find a Grave, it was the 26th. They have it down as date of death.
Interesting.
So, yeah. So I mean, but yeah, this case, it's like, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm thinking the worst here, like kind of like, you know, he was kind of like a burden and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? Like, this guy seems like very like, I don't know, allegedly, like, you know, nonchalant, and just, they don't even mention his name enough, and you know, get the name out there, Sebastian. You know, he's got a name. It's not quotation mark he, quotation mark, you know, but
I don't know what's going on here, Chris. I don't know. Maybe y'all can help me make sense of it.
I think you said his name more times, Sebastian, than the two parents did during the interview.
Sebastian Rogers.
Yeah.
I mean, I've talked about it even on other streams that weren't even titled in Sebastian Rogers. So we've been talking about Sebastian Rogers around here for a minute. We may not have covered it full blown, but we definitely talked about it. I've definitely looked at it. This case is crazy. The fact that this boy has been missing for 5 weeks and there's not a peep from him, and there's just a lot of weird circumstances here. And alleged, I don't know. Some people say there's scratches on this guy's arm. Zoom in, look at the pictures, scratches on his arm. Allegedly, everything you hear here is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. But Chris, why are they searching the landfill?
Right.
Somebody said the trash can was heavier than usual. Is that why they searched the landfill?
No, they have some kind of lead to go there, or it's right off the bat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But this guy, you know what? Before I forget, because for some reason when I finally connect you, I get like a brain like freeze.
Yeah.
Like I got stuff stuff to say and stuff, and it could get like a brain freeze. But yeah, what you call it? What did I want to say? Yeah, the with the him doing the interview, right? Remind me a lot of Chris Watts. He did like oh my God. He says, I'm just waiting for him to come right through that front door, right? And then he laughs. Like they're not coming home. He's not coming home, right? And then I'm looking for the like Chris Watts. Like as soon as I seen that, like the first before they even knew what was going on or anything, I said, "Oh my God, this guy did it!" Right? And then I noticed like on his what would I say? The left side of his neck, it was like bright red, like he had like scratch marks or something there. I noticed it like the first day I saw it on the news, before they even, he confessed and everything else. But yeah, this guy's like, I'm waiting for him to go through the door, and then he's like laughing, and then just very odd stuff. T-REV,
It's
so
definitely odd, Chris. Definitely odd, man. I appreciate you calling and giving us your thoughts and opinions here. I mean, of course, it's pretty odd that a lot of people are saying it's odd that they're not out searching, and it's weird. I'll give him that. Dad's taking off and searching, so I don't know what's going on here. We're gonna find out more information. I appreciate you calling and giving us your thoughts and opinions, brother. God bless you. I need you to do two things: stay vigilant and lock your doors, my brother. Until next time, I'll hear from you again, Chris. God bless you. Shout out to my brother Chris. I appreciate him calling in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts and opinions on the Sebastian Rogers case, or do you have some information that people should know? Call in and let us know. Lines are open. They're wide to the public. They're to everybody. Free thinking platform. Don't be afraid to come up and speak. Again, we are covering the Sebastian Rogers case. They are out there searching. A K9 allegedly got a hit. I mean, he didn't allegedly get a hit. He got a hit live on stream, as we seen earlier. And I don't know what came from it. Allegedly, it was nothing. That's what we're being told. It was nothing. Right? It was nothing. From the report that I'm reading, it says specifically when it comes to what they found and what they didn't find. I'll read it to you right now, just so you guys know. Where's it at? Now this is it right here. Sebastian Rogers' grandmother, Katie. Nope, not that one. Oh yeah, so it said that there's a report that it appeared not to be him. That's the reports, ladies and gentlemen. 781 was going on. You're live.
Hi, T.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. This is Diane. Cat from Boston. Yes.
Diane, what is going on? Diane, talk to us. Help us make sense of what you think is going on here, or what your thoughts are.
I don't know. I'm iffy about the stepfather. I'm iffy about the mother. I think they're just, I don't know. I think now, after hearing that maybe she was having an affair, makes me think even more that he did something to Sebastian to get back at the mother.
Oh man.
If it's true. But I wouldn't put it past her. I'd put anything past anybody. So, yeah. That's about it. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, it's I definitely gotta agree there that it's kind of weird. Like they're not out there allegedly out searching. I mean, you got grandma's even making statements. Grandma.
Oh, she's pissed.
Yeah, she's pissed. She is pissed. She specifically she said straight up, yet another lie exposed. CP said, or what'd she say? CP has said on multiple interviews that he has left the door open for me to contact them. I will admit that I left a very emotional message on 316, her Facebook Messenger, and tell her the truth for the first time in her life. I did tell her that if anything has happened to my grandson, I would push for the death penalty. Yesterday, I received the following from KP Robin. Please do not contact us again. Your messages have been all forwarded to law enforcement, as well as this request for you to no longer contact us. She said, forward whatever you would like to KP. I'm one very angry grandmother, and you are not out looking for my grandson. I am not afraid of the Proudfoot family or the little man you are married to. This country has something called freedom of speech. Look it up. That's what she said.
I love the little man. She is, oh my God, what a grandmother. No, and not for nothing, but she has experience. She raised a grown son. But from what it sounds like, Seth is a really good guy.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows she did right by him. Guarantee when she saw Katie, or when she met her, she did not want her son to be with her at all. Nope. A mother knows, and I think she just had it out for her day one. Like, always had, like, a suspicion about her in the back of her mind the whole time. And now this, no, she knows that mother did something to her child.
Say, go, Grandma.
Oh, Grandma's the best. She's awesome. Like Robin, yeah. Hey, I don't blame her, though. I don't blame her. I don't know. Every time, like, we try to hold out hope that something good is going to happen, it's almost like a false hope, but I think we really, truly want to believe it because I think we're all just so sick and tired of, like, our children being murdered and hurt and by people that are supposed to love and protect them. So I really hope, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to have a happy ending. But we can all just really pray, and pray for Seth and Robin just to be strong. Yeah.
Sebastian
That's
sounds
all.
like. Yeah, this is
Again,
again
sad.
5 weeks.
Oh my God, it's horrible. Horrible.
I mean, where could he have gone? You know?
If he, no, that's what I mean. Like, if he was, like, out there, no. Somebody would have seen him by now, and I don't know. I don't know. Watch the interview again, right? Every time the mother speaks, she gets such a side eye, like that stink eye from him. Every time she answers, yeah, I noticed that. I was like, like he just doesn't turn his head. Yep, right out the corner of his beady little eyes.
His beady little eyes.
His beady little eyes. I want to gouge them out with a spoon. I don't like him. Yeah, no.
Damn. That you want to gouge him out with a spoon.
Yes, because he's hiding something. He's bad with the eye contact. Like, when you, like, tell him the truth. I'm a huge lover of eye contact. That's it. First time I meet somebody, if you don't look me in the eyes, something's off, right? So if you're trying to have a conversation about a missing child with a total stranger and you can't give her eye contact, nope. Red flag right there. And that's for both of them. So, yeah.
Eye contact's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In any kind of, like, interaction with somebody.
They demanded privacy in the beginning, Gina said.
Demand shit. Privacy. They should be out there with friggin' bullhorns and friggin' nope. I think we all agree, like, none of us, like, all the ladies and men on your page and, you know, all of us, we don't be out there. It makes no sense. None. And she's out at a restaurant? Bitch, oh my God. I don't like her either. Nah. I'd like to rip her face off. Shake her by her face, you know. Yeah, she's another one. She looks sneaky. She doesn't even say his name. Like, that's your son. You know, Sebastian is out there. Where are you? No, you don't? Nope. Nope, I think they're both a little, a lot guilty, unfortunately. And if they aren't, well.
That's a good point. Somebody said, who wants privacy when your kid's missing?
Right. right. Privacy. Disappearance or something.
That's
Why
crazy.
would you want privacy now?
Yeah.
No way. Nope. And did they realize if he really was missing and all the help they would have from look what they did with Riley,
Yeah.
They would have went right over to that town. And a lot of them did. So it's if they really seriously wanted to find him, yeah, nope. They'd be right there. They'd put all their freaking shit aside with the father, the grandmother, and stand united. All 4 of them. 5. Yeah.
This one again. That's another crazy one. I thought that I was like, man, did they just find him live on stream earlier when I was watching?
Too. I was like, oh my god. Oh my. I
I
was
thought they found
praying.
him. I
I
literally
did
thought they
too.
did. I
did
again,
too.
reports are saying if you were just coming in, a K9 did get a hit at a location. The K9 did lay down. He barked, and so again, I have to go based off of the research on canines. It says the first sign canine dogs typically pick up on is the scent of an individual they are searching for. They give a signal which can vary depending on the training and specific dog, such as sitting, barking, or pointing when they detect the scent. This indicates they have found a trace or are on a trail of a person. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if they didn't find him, what scent did that dog pick up? Because it's obvious that he's there to search for Sebastian Rogers. So he picked up on something from Sebastian Rogers, allegedly. I mean, what else would it be?
I don't know.
If it's tape with blood on it and insulation,
dogs,
did he?
They can read people and they can read.
But
If a dog
I'm
doesn't
saying,
like
did they go
somebody,
there and remove the body or whatever? You know what I mean? Was that a location where it was at once upon a time and they just you get what I'm saying? It's been weeks now.
Right, but now, do you know why they got kicked out of the place? With everybody had to leave today, and it stopped so abruptly. I guess someone called in and said that they were searching there, that they had a search team there. So I guess someone snitched on them, and yeah.
I'm just curious. I don't know, but before I let you go, do you think that this is foul play or he just walked out the house and went missing?
No. He's 15. And especially if he was autistic and getting bit by all those ants. That boy is going to traumatize the rest of his life. He will never walk out. He learned a really valuable lesson, and that boy would never, ever want to go through that pain again. Nope, because he's probably very intelligent. I don't think he's wearing diapers. I don't know. Someone said that, but I guess he's a highly functioning and very intelligent on the spectrum. So I don't think he's in diapers, but
Right.
I don't know. I just feel really bad. I feel really bad.
It's another one of those cases, kind of Madeline Soto vibes.
Oh my God! Don't even get me going.
I'm just saying, it's Madeline Soto vibes, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being a voice in this community. We appreciate you. We appreciate your thoughts, opinions, your theories. Thank you for bringing your light on the show tonight. I need you to do 2 things: stay vigilant and lock your doors. God bless you. I'll hear from you again, Miss Boston, Queen Boston.
Bye.
Queen Boston in the building. That's a good phone call. I appreciate her calling in and sharing her thoughts with us. And if you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693 as we cover the Sebastian Rogers case and have open discussions here. I give everybody 6 minutes as they call in. Again, I don't know. They had found that belonged to Sebastian Rogers today, but that dog did pick up on a scent. It just, you know what I mean? That's what happened. 904, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Jessica again. I don't know if you remember, I called the other night about Jen Soto. I need 5 minutes with Soto. Jessica, it's me. Yeah.
What's going on, Jessica?
Oh, man, these people right here. Me and the other lady are just right on point. I mean, I just can't imagine going out to a barbecue joint when my child's been missing for 5 weeks. I mean, I mean, what is going on? I understand you got to be hungry and all that, but you can make a sandwich at home. You can order DoorDash. They've not gone and searched not once.
You can get DoorDash at the location you're searching.
Exactly. And I'm sure the community and restaurants would come out there and bring out food if y'all would go to a damn search.
Is it see, but the thing I'm having here, I missed the earlier part of the investigation and things that went on. Were they scared from searching because people immediately were blaming them, or is this something that, right away they were sus, allegedly?
Okay, I think in the beginning people were like, gave him the benefit of the doubt. But then when they started to look into Christopher Proudfoot's background and his big, 5 divorces and accused of abuse and all these custody disputes, and then his behavior and the way Katie's like, do you remember she was blonde in the first interview? Like, what the hell happened? This lady lost 20 pounds and dyed her hair. Like, what the hell is going on? She don't look the same as she did in the first interview to me. So, I mean, I don't know what happened, but I just know that something is not right. Children do not just disappear in that lovely neighborhood with those huge houses. Why didn't they have Ring cameras? I live in the hood in South Carolina, and I have a Ring camera. It's just common sense. And children with autism, they have sensory issues. They're not walking outside barefoot going through the woods. I mean, come on, make it make sense. And I don't know if the diaper thing is true, but if he was 15 and doing great in school, why would he need diapers at night unless he was confined to the bed or his bedroom? Or, was he tied down, Mommy Dearest, style, or was he locked into his room? Because apparently this child was high functioning.
What would be the reason to hurt him? You know what I mean? Like, what the? I don't.
But I don't know. It's just statistically, when you think about the children that are abused by step parents, it's normally a potty training age. Sebastian was autistic. 1 in 5 autistic children are abused physically.
That's like.
I mean, it's just the odds are against him, and the fact that he doesn't have custody of any of his own children, and he's been married 4 other times. If that's not a red flag, I don't know what is. And the fact that, they live in this really nice, expensive neighborhood, that guy's not making that kind of money. I'm sorry. My father is a CEO of a government contractor business, and no crane operator, forklift operator on a construction site can afford a $500,000 home. I guarantee they're in extreme debt. There's a lot of stress in that house. They were freaked out that if Sebastian went to his dad's, it would mess up his case. That's why she was writing to the other people. I mean, something happened. Something is not right. This is not his normal behavior. The fact they wouldn't let him online at 15 years old, when children with these kind of neurological differences need to be online to make friends. That's how they meet other people in their community. Other autistic kids, their best friends in the little games. Like, come on, let this child be a child. What was going on with y'all that y'all wouldn't let him on the internet?
That's
weird. My daughter's almost 16. I have a friend that has an autistic child. I have another friend that has autistic children. I mean, if you ever watch true crime cases, like the guys that are the ones that find the stuff through the data are usually on the spectrum. They are very intelligent. They see things that other people don't see.
They never searched. He was wearing.
No, they never went nowhere in the yard. My daddy would have been stomping through the whole state. He would have he would have shouted. He'd been screaming. Like, even for my stepsister, she went missing.
They
There's
never
no
searched.
freaking way. It's just like Jen never looked because she knew where she was the whole time. We all know this. And bedwetting, if he was peeing the bed and had to wear pull-ups, something was going on there. Something bad was happening because he didn't pee his pants at school. He was high functioning in a regular class. There hasn't been one classmate come forward and say he was friends. I mean, why was he so isolated if nothing was happening in the home? Why was this child not making friends and going out and doing things that normal 15-year-olds do, whether they're on the spectrum or not?
So why can't he say one nice thing about Sebastian?
He can't. They don't even say his name, just like Jen. All she did was talk shit about Maddie. And They have given up on these children a long time ago. I think Chris Proudfoot is the type of man that doesn't love people and have family. He owns things and possesses them. And this child did not bend to his will and couldn't be fixed in his mind, even though autistic people do not need to be fixed. They have their own great qualities and things that they can add. There's no reason for this.
He hit Sebastian with a belt. He said it on an interview.
I mean, who's hitting children with belts these days? We all know that's not right. Okay, this is the deal. Like, we know in the 80s, you know, people, my son got in a fight in school, I'm going to beat him with a belt. How is beating your child teaching them not to be violent? We all know you're not supposed to hit their children. I understand popping a little toddler's hand when they're touching the stove. But freaking beating a teenager with a belt that is on the spectrum and you're not even biologically related to this child, get the fuck out of here, Chris Proudfoot. I want to put my foot up your ass. Like, I'm just so done and angry. Like, ugh. And then this chick in Ohio that left her baby there to die in a freaking pack and play. Like, oh my God, over depression. I'm sorry,
so any day of the so y'all think any day of the week this dude, you think this guy's behind it? Allegedly?
Oh yeah. If he's not behind it, then I would be really shocked. Something is not right for him to get on Facebook and argue with people,
right?
And say all this stuff, but he hasn't. To say all this stuff, they passed the lie detector test. The police haven't said that. I mean, there's literally no sign of this child. When they scaled back the search, I mean, majority of missing persons cases with children are found. They're found pretty quickly, or a sign of them, unless there's foul play or they've been kidnapped. They're found. And there's no sign of a kidnapping. The dogs haven't alerted on anything. They're being weird as hell. The only one that cares is Sebastian's bio dad. And freaking the world.
They were alerted earlier. The dog, but I don't know what they, it said there was nothing.
That creeped me out. That's why I was like, oh my God.
It said it's nothing, but
what if he was being tied down to the bed at night?
We'll see how it is, honestly. And this is why,
what if,
again,
because a lot of autistic children have trouble sleeping at night. They have the safety beds to keep them in the room because everyone has to sleep. What if he was struggling with that because of puberty? And wasn't sleeping it out, and they were sick of it, and they started locking him in there, tying him, and he was getting out the lock because he's smart, and they started tying him to the bed. I mean, I'm sorry, something is not right here. He had no friends, no therapist. Where's his therapist? All my friends with autistic children have occupational therapists that are in their lives, assistants that come to the school, someone that comes once a month to see them. We haven't had any interviews for people like that. They weren't giving him the adequate care an autistic child deserves and needs. There's so many services available for free.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Like, we are covering the Sebastian Rogers case. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for him.
T-REV, I just love you so much. I know we talked the other day, but I'm just like, I'm a mom, and do we have to run? I have to run for office, but I'm talking to another lady who is a lawyer, and I'm trying to get her to run for office, and I'll just be the megaphone. Because we have to do something. Some mom has to stand up and say, we need to stop kids from dying. We need to give single mothers resources so they don't go live with abusers and let them molest and murder the children.
Yeah. That's
something is seriously wrong in this
Something's
country.
got to give.
Yes, something.
It's
we got to stop the hemorrhaging. We have to stop the hemorrhaging.
That's a fact.
And my dad is in construction. And he said, if this guy had access to a construction site, we might not ever know what Sebastian is. I mean, they could be anywhere in that building in concrete. I mean, I just watched this show where this lady was in a building she never left, and they found her in the air ducts, and the dogs were hitting on everything in the building is because she was in the damn air ducts.
That's crazy.
I mean, he could be anywhere.
And we'll see.
Anywhere.
We'll see how it comes up. 5 weeks in, nothing.
Nothing, not a thing. And I'm just, ooh.
I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in again. Thank you for being a voice for
Keep it up. Keep it up.
We will. You already know. God
Hug
bless
your mom and them. Hug your mom and them.
Stay vigilant and lock your doors. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good boy. I appreciate her calling in. 219-885-9693. Woo! She was fiery, right? She was passionate. She said, "I want to poke his eyes out with a." Is that her? Damn, she was wilding. 210, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hi, T-REV.
What is going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing? You are live.
Okay. So, that was the first time I saw the behavior panel, and you know, I had seen the interview of the stepdad and mom, and I thought the same thing that they were saying. I'm no expert, but the same thing that they were saying. I was like, wow, you know, like they don't seem guilty, because the stepdad, he was so confident in, you know, what he was saying. A guilty person, like what the behavior panel was basically what they said. But I think, and I hope that Sebastian is okay. But I know it's been how many weeks? 5 weeks, you said?
5 weeks. Yeah, February 26th.
Okay, so there's a story that just happened to pop up. So I was sure this morning about the stepdad and you know, being behind. But a story popped up this morning that about a teen in 2019. His name is Connor Jack, 16 years old, California, autistic. He was missing he vanished for 3 years. They found him in 2022 in Utah. He was outside of a gas station, disoriented, and didn't know his name, but sheriffs were called and they took his fingerprints, and it was him. They found him. He was okay. And I hope and I pray that that's the case with Sebastian, because it's possible, you know, it's very possible. If that happened with Connor Jack, this could be I hope it takes years. I hope they find him in, you know, a day, 2 days. But it's very, very possible that he is okay. If it happened with Connor Jack, and it was a situation where he just lost after he was found. They didn't, the family, you know, they kind of closed up and they didn't really get much more information. They were just grateful he came home. But he as well was autistic, and he was 16. He went missing in California, and then he showed up in Utah. But nobody abducted him. It's a miracle that he was able to survive on his own. But I mean, you know, that when I saw that story, I said, well, maybe Sebastian is okay, right? I mean, don't you think? Maybe.
Do I think he's all right?
It's possible. It's a possibility. I mean,
we hope for that. We hope for that. But why are they searching the landfills? You know, why are they doing those type of things? For instance, when they did that in Quentin Simon's case, they had some indication on why they should search the landfill, which is points that experts are making right now about this case. Why they don't just search a landfill for no reason. So I'm wondering what that probable cause affidavit has inside of it for the reason that they're searching this landfill for Sebastian Rogers, or when they did search the landfill anyways. What's in the PCA? Why did they search that? What indicated them or tipped them off to search that? And also today too, what tipped them off to search this area? And what did that dog pick up on? Because obviously that dog is there to search for Sebastian Rogers, right? So when the dog goes there to search for Sebastian Rogers, what did we get live on stream earlier? The dog goes over, he barks, walks around over and over again, then lays down or sits, lays down, does all types of stuff. So it's like, okay, he picked up on something. If you do your, you know, little bit of research on K9 dogs, you'll see that he picked up on something. I don't know what it is, but they said tape that looked like blood on it and insulation. And we ain't heard nothing since, but they said it wasn't connected or whatever, some reports, but I haven't seen law enforcement say that.
Right, but remember, even in the Riley case, they found a body in the river several days before they found him, you know, sadly.
Right.
They found another body too. So, I mean, it could be a similar situation.
Oh, so the trash men said it was extremely heavy. I remember somebody saying that earlier. Interesting.
Oh, wow! I have heard that. Well, I'm optimistic that Sebastian, he could be there. About 16-year-old Connor Jack with same autistic, and he was out there from 2019 to 2022, and they found him, and it's a beautiful miracle. And I hope that the situation comes up with Sebastian, because it is very possible. And the parents, the mother and the stepfather, yes, I behavior panels, I agree with them. I'm no expert, but from sounds like they mostly said that it didn't, what the saying was deceitful, so we'll just hope and pray that he's
still out there.
That he's still out there. Yeah, I mean, if this case, that other case is almost it's just like similar. Connor Jack Oswald. If y'all look up the case, 16 years old, 2019, autistic, and he was found in 2020 living on the street. But he was found and he was okay. He didn't remember his name. We don't know exactly what happened to him in those years, but he was found. So, I mean, I'm optimistic, and I think that I feel he needs to be found okay. I do. I mean, I know, time goes by and it gets, more, you lose hope, but, after hearing about that case, I'm like, it's very, very possible he is up there. I'm optimistic, and I don't think his parent. I don't think that the mom and the stepdad did. I don't think that they had anything to do with it, and them going out to eat. I wouldn't want to be stuck in my house thinking about it. Everybody reacts different to trauma. And personally, whenever I have a traumatic situation, I can't be in my home, sitting there thinking about it. I had family members with him just in case he did, show up. So, but yeah, no, I would just be in my house thinking about it. That's totally, but yeah, I mean,
for you think he's just still missing now, or do you think foul play? When you're thinking, I know we're being optimistic and we want him to be out there, but what do you really feel in your heart of hearts?
I think that he's going to be found okay. My heart of hearts, I really do. And I'm just, because I just coincidentally that news story popped up, and yeah, it's a few years old, but the fact that that news story popped up this morning on my feed about Connor Jack Oswald, and it's almost the exact situation, and he was found. That made me optimistic.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully he is found alive. That would be the best thing, right? I mean, 5 weeks, wherever he'd be at, I don't know. But again, I appreciate you calling and thank you for being a voice for Sebastian Rogers. I appreciate you calling up, giving your love and light to the show. Not only that, your thoughts and opinions. God bless you, ma'am. I need you to do two things ago. Lock them doors and stay vigilant. God bless you.
Always. Thank you, team.
Thank you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Again, we are here covering the Sebastian Rogers case. As they caught a stream, what made them catch that scent? What was it? Take blood, insulation? Was that just nothing? A nothing burger? 508. It's never too late. You are here. What is going on?
What up, T-REV?
How you doing?
Not a lot. It's Jamie, Sassy Pants.
Jamie, what is going on?
What's going on?
Just hanging in there, trying to figure this one out. We got,
it's
wild.
It's heart wrenching. It's heart wrenching, and you hate to be judgmental, but you got to put the facts as the facts. And I understand the lady, like the previous caller, you know, she's trying to look at it from a rainbowy side, if you will, but that stepfather has known anger issues. The mother, Sebastian's mother, is a trained MMA fighter and also has, you know, known issues. It's not my opinion, it's a fact. Sebastian had an injury, or not an injury per se, like a car accident or anything like that, or fallen, but he was born with an injury to his brain, to his head, a deformity. And at any time of his life, you know, say if there was like a fight or somebody lost their temper, that could be, you know, life ending for him. His own father discussed it. The stepfather was going to leave. They were, you know, things were very contentious in that home, and have been for a long time. I just don't believe their story. I understand people have to get out, but they didn't seem like they were in distress. You know what I mean? Like, you have to think your child is missing. He's been missing for so long. Yeah, we got to eat, but even if you go and pick up the food yourself, you know, you go for a walk. You know what I mean? To clear your head. You don't go out in public with an attitude, with a chip on your shoulder. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
Like, that's effed up. Sorry I try to keep my language.
No, you're good. You're good.
But
just looking at these arm pics that were sent in. Somebody sent in arm pics of like scratch on his arm or whatever. But I mean, I could see some marking there. It's hard for me to tell if it's scars or fresh, or it's really hard for me to tell. Maybe just because the color of his skin also. It's like real pinkish. Just the coloring too from the camera, it could be. But he said they act like they're better than the searchers. Damn. They act like they're better than the searchers.
Right. But what are they doing? You know, how can you be? Why? Like, I said in a comment, like, their egos are too large. How can you like represent yourself that way? Carry yourself off that way? That you're better than? No, you should be embracing every single person that's out there helping you to find your son. There's no better than or worse than. The only worse than is the person that made him disappear. I mean, I have a friend, a very, very, I mean, might as well be my brother. His daughter's autistic. And there's a lot that goes into that. And the amount of resources and like horse therapy, occupational therapy. She's Sebastian's age now. And, you know, when things happen that might upset her or what have you, but like she might have an accident, she might have an outburst. But other than that, like, you know, she's very calm. She's
Lisa,
very nonviolent.
I'll call you after
know,
this, Lisa. I seen your email, by the way. No, keep going. You're good.
He had a thing about going outside without shoes. And I understand, like, that there was an incident with fire ants.
Yeah, I heard about that. And that's what
but, you know,
they said it frightened them. So
of course, and
it frightened anybody, to be honest with you. Me myself, the fire ants, hell no. Hey, oh my god,
You know, but you know, like, even before that, or you know, with lots of children that have those types of disabilities. Like there's certain,
don't give up.
You don't like to get your hands dirty. Like they can be very adamant about that, about touching things, about like sensations. You know, it probably wasn't just the fact of like getting feet dirty. It was like the sensation of going outside, you know, without any footing. It's hard to imagine that somebody would have lured him away from the home and he wouldn't have instinctively still put on his shoes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, somewhat. Somewhat. They live out in like the area they live in is like, I don't know. It's different, you know?
What do you mean by different? You mean like
different than some?
like the class of people, like
Nah, I wouldn't say class of people. I'd just say
or
like
that it's kind of a little like
desolate.
like low crime. Yeah.
Something like
You know where I live?
you sound like New York or Boston or something.
Where I live isn't desolate, but I mean, and I know a lot of shit. I've been a lot of places. I'm very well traveled. I've been through a lot of shit in life experience. But I live in a relatively like pretty nice area. I have a beach house. You know, like end of my street. I have a house in California in Santa Monica, also a beach house. Told you about my, you know, that I've worked in the, you know, or work very closely with people in the music industry. Although I work in laboratory science before I got sick. Like, but you wouldn't think there was a mother like Lindsay Clancy that lived right down the street, and
yeah, this
you know,
I don't know.
2 miles from my house, and look what she did to her children. Or Brian Walsh, he lives, you know, 3 miles on the other side of her. It doesn't matter where you live. When people have such contentious things going on in the house, and then there's like mental instability on part of the parents, maybe financial things going on.
Right.
Things can go left. They can go left real quick.
No.
And
it's a wild thing.
Any child
Again, I still want to know what they hit on earlier. Period. I want to know what these K9s hit on that was tied to Sebastian Rogers earlier. That's what I want to know, because the dog went wild. I want to know. Period.
I think the police have a good idea. TBI has a good idea of what's up, but
we'll see how.
I believe that they don't have enough evidence.
We'll see. They had something for them to go search landfills and all this. They got something. I want to see the PCA. I can't wait to read the documents.
Did you see how they searched the landfills around here for Anna Walsh? Like those landfills that they ended up finding the carpet in and a hacksaw and stuff, that's like almost 90 miles from where we actually live. And the way that those landfills, like when the trucks come out and they collect the trash and stuff, where the trucks goes, like you should look up even just that part of the
I was watching them dig up Quentin Simon, like dig into the landfill. I was watching them do that. I remember that.
It's pretty amazing, because you don't think, you know, you just think that trucks pull up and they just dump the trash and keep moving, right? Like there's an open space, they just dump, but they can actually track each area of the landfill,
right?
What trucks went where. Like,
we'll figure out what trash can they picked up. Again, I don't know what indicated them there, and I appreciate you calling in.
Did you hear that the guys, the men that came and picked up the bins, said that their bin felt heavier?
Yes, I heard that. I seen multiple people saying that, and also I remember reading that on an article too. Now,
yeah. I wouldn't say look into Massachusetts for much, because Massachusetts is so fucking corrupt. Sorry.
It is what it is. It's wild.
But
again, I appreciate you calling in. I got to cut you because other people are trying to. It's blowing up right now, so I want to get to other people and make sure that they get through. I appreciate you calling in as always. Always, always. Thank you for calling in and being a voice for not only Sebastian, but just being a voice in the community in general. Thank you so much. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I ain't want to cut her, but I mean, I'm trying to get everybody through. And I seen an email come through. Lisa, I'll just say the first name. You said, please call me back. That lady a couple callers ago is off of her rocker and doesn't have a clue what she's talking about when it comes to autistic children. All right, I'll give you a phone call. I got you. I'm going to give you a phone call right now. Again, we are covering the Sebastian Rogers case. Your call has been forwarded. You must be trying to call in right now. I'm trying to call you right now, though. So, Lisa, if you're listening, leave it free. Your call has. It's going to keep doing that, ain't it? Your. Okay, I'll just leave it open. I'll just leave it open. I'll just leave it open. You said he had a snub scratches. 812, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Puri Dye. I'm a medium and
Yes,
a
ma'am.
trained remote viewer.
Yes, ma'am.
And I need for you to call me privately sometime. I have messages. I didn't know you were into spirit boxes and things. I don't use spirit boxes. They just talk to me. But the last 3 cases, the gentlemen that were froze to death, they wanted to tell you something. Little Maddie wanted to tell you something. And I do think Sebastian will be telling us something. I also just want to say this. Has anyone asked them about their insurance policy for this young man?
Not that I know of.
Well, they should do that.
They should
They
ask.
should do that.
You said they should ask about what now?
Sebastian's life insurance
Yes, ma'am.
policy.
Life insurance policy.
Yeah,
Okay.
someone could find that out. But I did watch today when they were hunting, and it almost gave you the chills when those dogs hit. And I do believe you're correct. My friend has 3 cadaver dogs in Nashville, and I didn't know if possibly one of his dogs could be hunting. I've been trying to call him today, but I have like messages that are kind of personal. And if you could ever call my number back, I just had some messages for you from the other people, because you have thousands of people on the earth listening to you, but you have that many in heaven. And I would just love to talk to you sometime.
You know who said that to me? Gary Gawker. Gary Gawker told me the same exact thing that you just told me. And it's kind of blowing my mind, but he told me the same exact thing you just said.
Well, I don't know if he sees spirit, but I do. And when the 3 gentlemen came, they stayed around, didn't go all the way to heaven, and wore their jerseys. And my guide said that the angels were saying, well, this is the first time we've ever had people with football, the Redskins, coming up. And they had some things to say to you. And then last week, little Maddie came here, and you were saying, come through on the spirit box. I don't think she was familiar with that at all.
Mm-mm.
And she was telling me, what are they doing? I said, well, honey, he's trying to contact you. And she goes, well, I need to contact him. So I said, I'll try to call. But it's very hard to get through because you have such interesting people. Yeah,
it is
on your line.
But I'm so glad that you got through. And I got a question
call
for
me
you.
sometime.
While you're on the air, do you? I mean, is there anything you want to put out about Sebastian Rogers? Do you see anything on that side of things?
I really don't think we'll find him alive. His mother, I believe, had him carry out some trash of his, and I believe she was on the phone with Mr. Chris, and she locked him out. Wow. He was having, my guide said, some type of seizure, so I would think a fit, perhaps, and she locked him out, and the dad said, he's got to learn lessons. He has to learn. You lock him out. And she locked him out, and he wandered somewhere. And I'm not sure if the dad found him and did something to him, but I don't think we'll find him alive. He possibly could have even froze to death. It was very cold in that area. But I have nieces and friends that live in Nashville, and if I had been down there, I would have went looking. But as a remote viewer, you give the longitude and the latitude, and you go where they are. And my guide, as a matter of fact, about this little Riley boy, he said they will find him Friday morning. I said, are you sure? Because he said nothing nefarious happened to this young man.
Right.
He went into the bushes to vomit because the police officer kind of scared him, and he's holding all these emotions, and that young man just fell. He just fell in the river. And I would have loved to have helped looking or with that also. But honey, I want to tell you, you have mediumistic qualities, and I think you already know that, but I don't believe you feel, I can't talk to the dead. Oh yes, you can talk to the dead, not only alone, but on your show. They hear you. That young man is hearing you right now, and he wanted friends so badly, and they acted like he could not have any friends because of the way he acted. No, it was them. And one more thing. This gentleman is trying to get custody of his daughter, but said we can't have Sebastian around her. Now, that doesn't make any sense to me, that he's trying to get custody. And when that, yesterday when, the lady, can't remember what her name is, had a 3-hour interview, he's not going to get his daughter. But at the very beginning, and people have said that at the very beginning when it started, he goes, oh, excuse me, my daughter is trying to contact me.
Right.
I think she's young. That was all fake. That was all fake. This is an evil man, and he's going to have to deal with the law when he dies and goes to heaven. Because this young man, his favorite thing of all was that python snake, and the dad took it away from him. Now, what kind of person would do that? But I would like to talk to you because, there was more messages, especially from those gentlemen and Maddie.
Okay.
But thank you. The heavens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
for
honey.
calling in.
And I'm old. I'm almost 70. I've been doing this a long time. So, but thank you, honey. You are so wonderful. Anytime, call me back.
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
And God bless you, honey.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
God
you.
bless you too. Thank you so much,
Okay.
ma'am. You
Bye-bye,
stay vigilant,
honey.
lock your doors, okay?
Okay, I'll go do that. Thank you,
Thank
honey, so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. What a sweet lady. I'm not gonna knock her. I don't, I don't know her to knock her. I see some of the comments, but I don't like being rude to nobody. She came, like, at least came across to me. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You live?
Hey, Trev.
What's
How
up,
you doing?
Donna?
Not much. I'm just watching.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Well,
We got Sebastian Rogers. They had a hit from a K9. Nothing that we know of.
I think if they were using a canine, they're using some kind of scent, like their shirt or dirt, clothes that he's worn or something to pick up his scent. So that's the part that kind of concerns me about what they have found. I even heard they found a rock with blood on it, what appeared to be blood.
Right.
But as far as these two men, at one point they were like, oh, we get along and everything's good. I don't think that's the case. My guts tell me that this man has a problem with the ex-husband. So he's keeping his distance from him.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be rude to. I ain't gonna be rude to that last lady. I don't know who. I don't know her to be rude to her. So
You don't know. You don't know. Everybody has gifts. People are giving gifts, and
no, I'm just saying in general. I don't like to. I don't like to judge somebody, right?
No,
especially
not
off
at
your
all.
first listen. Now, do I believe it? Absolutely not. It's 50-50 grain of salt. But that's why you have further conversation. But here tonight, we are talking about Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old, been missing for 5 weeks since February 26th, ladies and gentlemen, and no trace of Sebastian Rogers whatsoever. We've had a glimpse of hope today, at least when I was watching this live stream like probably a lot of you were, I got a very strong glimpse of hope that possibly he was found.
Well,
To
what
put
are
this
they?
to an end,
Did
but
someone call in a tip? Is that what happened? I missed that part.
that's what was said. There was a tip called in about this area. They went to this area. They were searching over here in this area, and obviously you seen JLR was close, was right there by where they found some tape, blood, and insulation. I mean, that's the words they use. But again, I didn't see it with my own eyes, the tape, blood, and insulation. But that dog definitely indicated something was over there. So what was it?
Yeah,
Was it an item that belonged to him? Was his body moved from one place, or
Well, they said the ground was soft. It was soft ground, like there was a shallow grave.
Mm-hmm.
There was no leaves or anything in the area where that mound of dirt or whatever was found.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they also said that there was a construction site there in that area, is what I read, and which I found kind of interesting. But it's it's back in the woods, and it's right, that the river that Riley was found in is close to there. It's on that area where they're looking for Sebastian right now is actually close to that river. Not that I don't think he would be in the water. They would have found him by now after this long. But I just found that interesting, so close together. But I just feel like, if there is a problem, I think the main problem is between the dad and the stepdad. And I do think there's frustration. There was frustration that led, I think something's happened. I mean, this is 5 weeks. I mean, this is going to sound terrible, but, sometimes you kind of hope that they find this child rather to think that he's in the hands of some pedophile or something, or someone that lured him away from the house.
See, but my thing here is like I'm having a problem with is 5 weeks. You got dad taking time off work to go out here and search, but what's going on with them? Allegedly he walked out their house, right? So I can get why grandma's going off the way she is. Grandma snapped. She lost it.
Hold on a minute. My damn phone's just going off.
She lost it.
Lord.
Thank you, Crazy. I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Well, I think that, like I said, I think that maybe they're staying away because there is some difficulty between the father and the stepfather. I also think that she's talking about staying home in case he shows up.
Yeah.
But the reality of that is, you've got other people that can stay at your house while you go search for your child. I mean, hell or high water, I would be out there looking for my child if it was me,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be sitting at home hoping that the door will open because it's been 5 weeks. The door has not opened yet. So that should tell, I just don't get a good feeling about the whole situation. I know at one point in the very first interview, and I put this in chat earlier, the mother said that, she had gone in his room. I mean, she had told him to go to bed, and it was like 9 o'clock. Then I think in the second interview, she said that she heard noise coming from his room around 10 o'clock. And she just yelled, "Get to bed." Around that time is what they're saying, that if he did get out of the house, that was probably what was happening. But they talked about the next morning, she said that the next morning he was happy and acting normal. So that was I kind of caught that. And I was watching what you were showing to see if they showed that part of when she said that, because I thought that was kind of odd. And it just reminded me of how Jen Soto, that kind of interview where she was saying, yeah, he went to bed, the night before, but he was fine the next morning.
Right. Yeah. It just didn't make
That was kind of weird to me. It just kind of stayed with me. And I have yet to find that again. It's in the very, very, very first interview. The second interview is where she says she heard something coming from his bedroom around 10 o'clock, an hour later. And she didn't go in the room, but she did say, "Get to bed." I think I would have opened the door to see what the hell was going on in there, because he was supposed to be in bed an hour before. So
I mean, it's just so horrible. I mean, he's went that far, and we don't even know really what happened. All we do know is that. And now I'm over here lagging. Okay, we're good. Woo! I was like, what is going on? I just lagged majorly, but we're back. We're good.
Well, tomorrow, I think tonight they're not going to be able to do much today, but tomorrow I think they'll be able to, they have to be careful in the event that he is there, not to disturb too much of the crime scene if it is a crime scene, and then, see what's, take the.
Well, we gotta hold on. We gotta. I'm getting some breaking news coming in here. There's been multiple sources reporting that the Cajun Navy was told to stand down for 7 days.
What?
Yes. Reports again coming in. If you guys are tuning in for the Sebastian Rogers case, again, I'm getting reports from multiple sources saying that the Cajun Navy was told to stand down for 7 days to be exact. # Sebastian Rogers.
Maybe they did find a body and they have to send it to the medical examiner's office.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as it's coming, thank you, Catherine. I appreciate thank you guys for the nice compliments. I appreciate you guys. They're saying again, reports coming through right now that they told the Cajun Navy to shut it down 7 days. Multiple sources. The Cajun Navy has been asked to stand down for 7 days to be exact. I don't know why. As I get more information, I will report it to you guys as we're,
Well, maybe they did find a body in there, and they don't want them having to continue searching if it does come back to be him, because after 5 weeks there's going to be a lot of decomp, so they're going to have to do dental records and all that stuff probably, and to identify whoever that is.
I mean, if they didn't find him, why would they be asking him to stand down, right?
That's what I'm saying. They're not going to waste their resources for to search endlessly for if they think it's actually him.
Pray to God. Pray to God. Pray. I think we need to say a prayer for this little boy. You know,
5 weeks is a long time. I mean, he left the same time that Madeline left, and the same day. It was the same exact day. When she disappeared, he disappeared. Just really sad. But anyway, I just wanted to touch base with you, and
I appreciate you calling in, Donna. Always a great phone call. And I appreciate you calling in again, being a voice in the community and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. But before I let you go, I do want to know this. So you are thinking this is foul play and that he is no longer with us no more? Or
I do.
What's your thought process on it?
I really do think that. I think there's been foul play, and they've just hidden him, and I pray that if it is, that what they found today is actually where he's at, so that he can be put to rest, And if it's not him, I hope that somehow they'll be able to find him. If he's he walking away from his house barefooted. That's the part that just my grandson has autism, and he has high functioning autism. But he would
My
never
friend
walk
Smoke
outside
that came up on the other channel is autistic.
Huh?
My friend Smoke that I had come up on my second channel with me, he's autistic.
Yeah, but my grandson would never walk outside without shoes on. Never.
I'm just saying he's
never,
autistic,
ever.
but he's a very smart guy. He's one of my
Right,
best
they're
friends.
high function. I mean,
My best friend is autistic. You know what I'm saying? So I've grown up and been around it. Do I fully understand it all the way? I get what autism is, but they deal with their own things. You know what I mean?
But they're saying this boy is sometimes nonverbal, which is also a problem, because if he gets freaked out and he's nonverbal, he can't help himself. And if he doesn't know how to get home and that kind of stuff. So it just depends on the child and what he's been taught. Yeah. So, but it's sad. This whole thing's been sad. It seems like here lately there's just been so much, with these kids. So, but anyway.
I appreciate you, Donna. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too.
Stay safe. Lock your doors. You already know the drill.
Absolutely.
Thank you for calling in and being a voice in the community. I appreciate you. Shout out to Donna. Good phone call. And I gotta say this real fast because we just gotta get it out, right? So, Heavenly Father, we lift up Sebastian Rogers to you, asking for his safe and swift return. Guide him through darkness to light and grant his family strength and peace in this trying time. Encourage those searching, providing them with clarity and persistence. May your love surround Sebastian, protecting him wherever he may be. In the name of our son, Jesus Christ, amen. Okay, I just had to get that out the way real quick. I wanted to say a little prayer for Sebastian Rogers. Put that up, 219-885-9693. What is going on? Why are they shutting the Cajun Navy up out of this shit? That's weird. Like, why would you search in case you found something of significance? Why did you shut them down and get them out of here? I'm confused. 978, it's never too late. You are live on the air with me right now. What is going on?
Hello, I'm calling from Salem, Massachusetts.
Yes, ma'am. Salem, Massachusetts in the building. What is going on? You at the Lizzie Borden house? I'm just playing.
I'm just like confused about these tipsters. I believe the ones that calling in are the same people who did the dirty work on these poor young kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I know people with autism, they like to be by the water.
Oh, wow.
Because my son, when he would always go by the water, and I would follow him. Because I know when they're young, they're confused. But I believe that these two people are guilty.
Oh,
and
wow.
it's sad
So
because I've been following.
the mom and the stepdad, allegedly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I believe it because I've been following these cases that I don't sleep. I have grandchildren that I worry about. I pray. I'm Christian. So I've been praying a lot that God would bring this to the light.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
darkness has to stop. And I want to God bless you to keep bringing this out to the light and keep going forward and bring this little boy home.
Wow, man. I
Because
just don't.
I don't sleep at night. I watch these and they're always repeats. So I get confused. So many repeats and I just shut them off because they're all repeats sometimes. I want new news, not the old news.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. 100%.
So
Recycled over and over.
I know in Florida there's been a lot of cases too because that's where my grandkids live.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
worry because all I can do is pray. I'm not there with them. And I do keep my doors locked and my windows closed.
That's important to do. But here,
I live in a bad, violent neighborhood where I live. So
well, I hope you better keep
I know
them
all about
doors locked.
violence. I don't want to say this out too much, but I was a mom who used to abuse her kids, and I'm not proud of what I used to do because I was an alcoholic. I didn't abuse them to be mocked. That was the alcohol that was doing it, and I worked my way back to my children. They live with me, but I mean they're older now, you know. So I'm just trying to get the love back to them for what I did wrong to them. But it's a cycle. You got to break that cycle.
That's a good question. Somebody asked if my friend would go out without shoes. I'm thinking in my head, hold up. Now you're making me think because my friend is autistic. He's a functioning autistic, but would he go out
I mean,
without
all autism have different things they do. Not all autism kids do the same. My son used to have a hood over. He had the hood over his head all the time. So I just want to reach out. Finally, I've been trying to get to you for over 2 weeks now. So God bless you and keep yourself safe.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Rogers here as we sit around and we
my
wait.
name is Donna Howell from Salem, Massachusetts. God bless you.
God bless you, man. Make sure you lock them doors in that neighborhood you live in Salem. You got to be safe out there. God bless you, man. My heart is with you. I got prayers for you in the neighborhood that you live in. Make sure you keep double locks, double glocks, protect yourself. God bless you.
I got a son for a teddy bear. He watches over me.
You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much for being a part of tonight's show, being a voice for Sebastian. And
I'm following all the shows, so have a good one.
You too, ma'am. God bless you. Once again, you can't God bless you enough. I'm sorry, you can't. 219-885-9693. Come on. Let's talk. 706, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Yes. Hi, my name is Shirley.
You said Shirley?
Yes.
Shirley, you are live on the air right now, and we are talking about Sebastian Rogers. As obviously you probably know that already. But what are your thoughts on the Sebastian Rogers case? And do you think that this is foul play, or do you think people are in over their head when they are speaking about these parents here?
Well, he's been gone 5 weeks. That's a really long time for any child, whether they're 14, 15, or like my OCD granddaughter who's going to be 18, but still needs help just washing her hands. So I don't see him walking away alone if he walked away.
Yeah.
I did hear on one other podcast in the very beginning that supposedly there was a SO. I'm just saying it like that because I know there's certain things we can't say on YouTube. In the neighborhood close by, somewhere near the high school. I don't know if that was true or not, but, you know, I'm sure if it's true that the police have already investigated that aspect of it. I don't know because you can't really judge a person by what they do under stress. Some people shut down. Some people cry uncontrollably. With myself, it depends on the situation. And I am 64, so I've had a lot of different traumatic things happen in my life. But I do have a son who is disabled and schizoaffective, and he hears a lot of different voices. And he has done some strange things before. So, you know, I don't know much about his autism and this young boy's autism and just what I've heard from the father. But it does seem that he would have probably had to have been led away, taken away, and whatever form anyone wants to read into that. I don't think he just walked off on his own.
I don't think he just walked off on his own either. I'm not. What would change from the whole entire upbringing of him? What would change from, you know, for him to change up his pattern and just disappear like this out of nowhere?
Well, you know, I know that there have been thoughts out there, maybe someone who knew. I mean, it's not impossible that someone could have led him away astray. You know, another teenager. You know, I mean, those things happen, but generally, in 5 weeks, someone is going to let someone know something. And just like I forget the girl's name, that she had disappeared with maybe her boyfriend or something. And when Nancy Grace and everyone else was putting that out there that they had, you know, they didn't know what had happened, they finally contacted someone. And you would think that, you know, obviously, I would hope that by now, if he were with someone, that one of them would have known, you know, to contact someone, anyone. So I don't really see that being as much as I really don't want to say that. I just I can't voice it out there. I feel like when you put some things out there, you know, you open the door to things. But, you know, we all know what we suspect after 5 weeks, you know. We just pray that isn't the outcome. And yes, I was praying with you as you prayed. As I have been praying all this time. You know, there's been so many children that have fallen at the hands of their parents in the past several months. I mean, it's just, I don't understand it. You know, I know I'm a lot older, so I've seen a lot more. And this is almost unheard of. And maybe we just didn't hear of it because we didn't have the internet. But you didn't hear about all these people taking out their own children. I mean,
I'm not understanding it. Like, why can't they say anything good about him?
I'm like the father now, you know, although he hasn't said, in my opinion, hasn't said really a whole lot, you know, about what he's been asked. But I mean, he's probably got a lot more things going on in his mind. But from what he said he always put on slippers or something to take the trash out. You know, he didn't go without shoes outside. And I know we've all heard about the anthill story, you know, which I've stepped in anthills before, so I don't blame them. I don't go outside anymore without my shoes. I don't care what they say about putting our feet to the earth and it's better for you. I live in a rural area where I have to be fighting anthills constantly, getting rid of them. So, but yeah, I don't see that, you know, just going out without shoes somewhere. Not, you know, I mean, if you're just walking out the door and they have a walkway or something, you know, you might could understand that, but not to just take off without shoes. Doesn't make any sense to me, you know, just as a mother and grandmother. And if it were my 45-year-old daughter or my 46-year-old niece, I would still be out there looking for them. There's plenty of people that I could set by the phone, you know. And we all have mobile phones now, so we can take them with us. We don't have to be at home with our phone. So I don't get that part, but I'm not judging because, you know, hope and pray to God that we get fortunate and, you know, someone finds them and, you know, just something strange happens, you know.
And hopefully it does. Hopefully it does, because I mean, we got to have some type of hope. They found Riley Strain, so hopefully they find Sebastian Rogers, and you know.
Well, they found him, yeah. I'm hoping they don't find him in that condition, but yeah, I follow all these things. I have always been into law. Unfortunately, I didn't go to law school. I did paralegal, but just gratis. You know, I didn't do it for money because I had too many other things going on, raising children and working a full-time job and doing that. But
I mean, do you think,
you know,
so you're set that this is foul play? Do you think it's foul play, or do you think that these parents aren't involved in this? Allegedly, a lot of people think they are.
You know, I'll just be quite honest. They all seem kind of strange, all three of them. But, you know, I'm not saying that means anything because I know a lot of strange people. I've worked with mental health for many years.
You mean even when you say all three?
Even the father is kind of strange. I mean, let's put it, he went out on, what's the investigator guy? I don't even know what his channel is because he kind of annoys me, but he was out with him as he was searching the other day. And I found that really strange. You know, it just, the whole thing, gosh, I don't want to say this, but it just seemed kind of construed to me, you know, that the guy shows up, you know, to promote his channel, and the father and his friends go out looking, and he follows them around, you know, as they're calling into the woods and empty buildings and stuff. You know, I'm not saying that he wouldn't be looking there, but it just, I don't know, it just seemed kind of weird. And I'm not saying that the father isn't looking for him or isn't trying to find him. I just think that was kind of not a great look, you know, for the guy's channel, for one thing. I'm just not really fond of his channel, and I can't even remember it because I just put it out of my mind. Of course, I am 64, and I don't remember a lot of things I did yesterday. But I kind of think that it's got to be, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of feel like it. You know, if I was thinking with just my mind, investigating, the first thing I would think is, if he didn't go off with someone that he knew, even if it were another teenager, who knows, a girl, you know, my first thing would be like, it has to be someone picked him up, you know, or it would have to be foul play. I mean, let's just face it.
Yeah.
If you investigate it, that's where it goes to, you know?
I don't know. You know, I do hold out hope. There is stories where people go missing and they end up being found. I mean, hopefully that's the case here, but why are they searching landfills? That's just the part that's making me think, okay, police think he's deceased. They're searching trash cans. Trash cans. They're not, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't search trash cans for no reason, you're not just out here like, oh, Oh, your kid's missing? Oh,
Oh no.
let me go ahead and go to the landfill and make sure that you didn't put them in the trash can. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that.
Something indicated
Mhm.
them to go there to search for this, or to search for him at this landfill.
Yeah.
It wasn't just by chance, or maybe it was okay. It was a little heavier than usual, and the trash people said that. But maybe it's something more than that. Maybe they seen something in that trash can. Maybe they even got something that may be DNA from him, blood maybe in there somewhere on something.
Could be.
I don't know. Maybe
Could be.
that's what the trash truck person is saying. We don't know in general. I'm just making up things, speculating whys. I'm not saying that is true. I'm just thinking in my head, why would they continue to search this landfill, which they're not now, from as far as I know, in case they are. I mean, I heard they're done with it, but in general, if they're searching this landfill like they were, I want to see that probable cause affidavit and what led them to searching this landfill.
Well,
I really want to know that. It's blowing my mind thinking about it.
Exactly. I know. Well, I know. I heard that the trash guy, the guys that picked up the trash, said it felt heavier. You know, but then again, that was right initially after he had not been seen that day. So you know, their mind could have just went there. You know, well, this feels a little bit heavier, but you know, I think that in the beginning was what they say led them to the landfill.
Well,
but I don't know. You know, I mean, that just in truth, if they hadn't found him anywhere around there, and they had no signs of him leaving on his own, that would be the first places they would go to, are places that, you know, if the trash guy said, hey, it was heavier than usual, and we know because we pick up their garbage every week, you know, then of course they're going to search the landfill. But I still, like you, think that they're just investigating everything they can, and I'm sure they have investigated the parents,
right?
To this forward.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Definitely,
yeah,
most definitely. I mean, everybody's a suspect till you're not.
exactly.
I mean, that's just what it is. We know. I mean, if you're in the true crime world, then you know that you're a suspect until you are not, no more. And they may even trick your ass.
Exactly.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and being a
Thank
voice of the
you.
community for Sebastian. We appreciate you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, opinions, theories, and just being a light on tonight's show. I appreciate you, man. So I need you to do two things: stay vigilant and lock your doors. We live in a cruel world. God bless you, man. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate her calling in. It was great. 219-885-9693. Got something to say tonight. They do. 928. You're never too late. You're live. What's going on?
Hello there, young man. How is my adopted son doing tonight?
I'm hanging in there. I'm looking at this case and thinking some bad things, but I want to be optimistic. I want to hold out. I want to say that Sebastian's alive. I don't want to say that he's dead without there being any proof that he's dead. I mean, but it does concern me that they're searching a landfill. It concerns me that they don't do that for no reason. Again, the Quentin Simon case. Again, the Elijah View case, which Elijah View, you know, searching landfills. Why are they searching those landfills, Tracy? Tell me.
Because I think they know something's up. That's what I think. And in my heart of hearts, I don't believe this young man is gracing this world with his awesome presence anymore.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
Let me tell you why I think this. Okay. And, you know, I always talk from perspectives of personal experience or whatever. Okay. So that's what led me to call in tonight. This little grandbaby that came to live with me. Okay. She's showing symptoms of high functional autism or Asperger's, unfortunately. I still have to get her in to get that confirmed, but there's too much, right? What she does. Now, here's what I will say. Because she has whatever it is that's going on with her, she's very, very hard to deal with behaviorally, cognitively, and a lot of other things. And she pushes me to the point sometimes I got to put a door between us, you know, because Nana ain't going to be trying to hurt this baby, you know.
Right.
And they require a lot of repetition, a lot of guidance, And as far as like when I have her outside, she'll wander off if I don't watch her. Okay, so what I'm saying is I think no fault of this beautiful, precious angel of a young man, where somebody just had enough. You know what I'm saying? And went off on the kid and hurt him.
It's like, why? When you can, I mean, it sounds cruel, but I mean, isn't it better than often your child when you can just say, I can't handle this, and take them over and sign it over for somebody to take care of them, that will show them love, that will be affectionate with them, and you know, give him the proper parenting and loving that he needs. I mean, it's not that hard. So would you, you know, is it like these parents want to just, they think that they can just get rid of them by killing them instead of just going to the state and signing them over? What are they scared of? What they're going to be looked at like? At least you didn't kill the kid if you did that, right? Like, what is going on here with these people that are just murdering their children?
It's awful.
Allegedly, I'm not saying that happened here. A lot of people are speculating that, but again, there's a lot of cases where parents do murder their children. I'm just saying. I've seen plenty of them.
Yeah. I agree.
I hope that's not the case here. I'm praying for everything I love. God, come down and strike me right now. I'm praying that this little boy is alive still, even with the bad things that I'm seeing in this case. I just hope that they're absolutely wrong, and he is shacked up somewhere right now, eating 3 hot. He has a 3 hot to the cot. He's got everything that I'm praying that he does. I'm praying that he does. I really am. But again,
I just don't feel it in my gut, unfortunately. And usually when I feel it this strong, I'm usually on point with it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I still think, you know, in my gifts, okay, I still think that somebody snapped and hurt him. Kind of like what that Anna Montgomery did to that precious little angel that he had. He snapped and he hurt her. You know, and I think that, that case right there is just
he punched
sickening.
her in the face. He's a fucking, I hope he gets his head stomped into the concrete. I'm sorry, but you reach around and punch your little daughter in the face multiple, I mean, from what I was explained to us anyways.
Yeah, multiple times until he broke something. Yep.
Yeah, I'd love to stomp on his head. I'd sleep great tonight. I'm sorry if it might sound crazy, but I would be able to sleep good.
I'd do it with a big grin on my face, and I'm a pastor.
Kayla got out though. But that's
but you know, I just kind of wanted to throw these little 2 cents in, you know, from a different perspective, right? Because everybody's like, you know, what could have happened? You know, he could have wandered off. He could have, because even high autistic people, they can do that. They'll follow it like a thought process, and they'll just be walking and thinking, and next thing you know, they're out in the back 40, and they don't know where the heck they're at. You know, because I've noticed that with this one. And as far as behavioral issues, aggression, meltdowns, all that kind of stuff, you really, really have to exercise a lot of patience with these kids that have these issues. And some people just can't. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that, you know, and you got to add in too, here he's turning 15. So his inner ecosystem is changing. His hormones is changing, which is going to make everything else crazy for him. Who knows what kind of behaviors he was displaying and stuff. And mom and dad, who knows? And I'm not saying that they would be right. I'm just kind of trying to be his voice in this, of the possibilities of what it could have occurred, and you know, that kind of thing. But I still think I'm looking at the stepdad myself, but that's just me.
It may not have been a fall. So you don't think it's you said the stepdad? You don't think it's him?
No, I'm looking at the stepdad.
Just himself. So you're looking at stepdad himself.
Yes.
That's what you said.
That might have done something to this young man, and I'll tell you why. Because this guy seems to be the arrogant caveman, crawl out from under a rock, never will admit he emerged from the womb of a woman kind of a guy, you know, that wants to control his house and, you know, be the boss and whatever. And if things were going on with this poor young man with his disability, you know, and stuff that have changed and made it to where he couldn't kind of manage him, you know, in a normal way. Oh yeah, I mean, he's got that characteristic that he would snap, and I think that he did something to this young man. That's all I'm saying.
What do you?
So
I mean, what are your thoughts before you go? And I know the timer's up, but what are your thoughts on people following him around and seeing them two at a restaurant? Here, I'm gonna bring the. Yeah, what's your thoughts on that? Them eating at a diner or whatever. You got Seth out there searching. This is just, I'm going off per reports, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, hear me out when I say these things. I'm going off per reports and different things that are being put out. Like this right here. If you just came in and you haven't seen this, well, right here, it's reported that as they search, and I talked about it before it even came out, as the search for Sebastian Rogers continues, Chris and Katie Proudfoot are seen out enjoying barbecue dinner. I wonder if they realize they're being watched 24/7. Again, that brings us to this picture of them in a restaurant. I think this was last night, I believe. She is absolutely right, says I hear crickets. But what are your thoughts on that? Is this just normal?
That makes me mad. That makes me mad because let me tell you, you know, I just lost my son in January.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Absolutely.
So in this little town here, I can't stand to leave my house, and I'll tell you why. Because my son used to live in this town. Every little store I go to, it triggers me and I break down bawling my eyes out. And it'll be 3 months on the 6th.
That's sad.
So it's like, you know, so how these people can do this shows me some callousness. Because from what I understand, what I'm experiencing with these triggers, because I'm in therapy, what I'm experiencing is the normal part of the grief process. These people, there's something up there because they're not grieving for this kid.
Yeah. I just don't
get it. It
get
makes me mad.
I don't get it.
It makes me mad. When my son passed, Trev, I could not eat for 14 days. I had to make myself eat.
I'm not in disbelief over that, actually. It doesn't, I mean, that's something that tragic. Your son's supposed to bury you. So just saying.
But it's the same thing, though. It's their son. So how can they be out enjoying a leisurely dinner, la ti da? You know what I mean? It makes me mad. And it tells me that little guy doesn't mean they're not crushed over it. So that's what I feel about it. It makes me mad that they're doing that.
Well, Tracy, I have no idea what is going to happen. I thought maybe they had found him earlier when looking at it. You know, there was the talk of the town. I was in that live stream. I'm like, damn it, are they about to find him right here, right now? They talked about blood on the tape. What I want to know more about blood on the tape. Blood on the tape and blood, or what was it? Blood on the tape, insulation. Or tape, blood, and insulation. That's what was said. I wonder what it ended up being. I'm sure we'll hear more about it as days go by.
There's got to be a reason they called that search off.
Well, Tracy, I appreciate you calling in. Mama Tracy, as always, thank you so much. I appreciate you being a voice in this community, and not only being a voice in this community, being a pillar here. Thank you so much for your love and light. I appreciate your thoughts and opinions, as always. But I need you to do 2 things. You already know what those 2 things are, but I'm going to say it every time. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. I will never stop saying that. It'll never get old to me. And even though that doesn't even stop people from doing vicious things, it's important to lock things up. If you hear somebody try to break in, you got a chance to, you know, get things going.
Yeah, I've got some stuff here. Believe me, I got a machete longer than my arm, a 95-pound mastiff, and a half pit bull dog in here. Oh yeah, they ain't getting in here.
Yeah, you don't want that. We don't want those problems. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate you. God bless you.
All right. Good night.
God bless you. Stay vigilant. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Do you want to go to the diner tonight? I heard that the Proud Foot family would want to know if you really want to go to dinner tonight. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of different things being reported right now. 312, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, how's it going?
Chicago
That's
with the building. What's going on?
That's right, in the house. Man, I had to call in because I'm hurting. I'm feeling really bad about Sebastian, sir. I feel like I'm feeling bad. I got a bad feeling. The moment I heard about the garbage,
yeah,
because back in the day, I used to have some really nosy neighbors that would get on my ass. Sorry, pardon my French. For not taking out my recycling, which happened to be some really heavy bottles, and had a back problem. Drink straight up wine, not beer. And I had these neighbors that were all up on me in the trash, and someone in the chat and someone called. They were like, how would they know what's up with the trash? Well, it's like, anyone who's ever had a stalker, or anyone who's ever had a repetitive job knows that people have patterns, So you pick up something that's like really heavy or something's just wrong, and someone said, oh, the machines pick it up. No, dude, not in Chirac. All right, no. Yeah, you move them to the machine, they pick them up. But when you move them, so like, I feel like the people that take the trash out, they have some serious insight, especially in a rural area. And then again, my background, being in law, like a law clerk, I got a really bad feeling, sir. I got a really bad feeling in my gut tonight.
And what
I just had to call you guys.
What are your thoughts when you look at this case? What bothers you the most? But obviously him being missing, right? But what is picking at you the most? Like, what is making you irritated with this case?
Yeah, like, so there's just like discrepancies in the story, and that's fine. Like, that happens all the time. And
right.
And like, let me just preface this. Like, we're all like fascinated by like how these people think they can get away with stuff. But I'm from Chicago, and before that, I was from Oakland, California. And if you want to look at murder rates versus murder solved rates, it's not a good look. So if I ever go missing, in Chicago, I'm like, you know what? Like, I tell my people, this person's stalking me, whatever. I never expect anyone's going to find me if they're South Lake, because the police are just too overwhelmed. But here we are. It's like the rural South. And this is a little, like an individual, and they've got, they called off the search, right? You just broke that news. I was here with you guys. They called off the search.
Yeah, like what's going on with that?
These resources are really expensive, my man. So if they're straight up like call off the search, and somehow that got leaked, I personally, if it was me, I wouldn't have let it get out that hardcore. Because now the public's like, whoa, why are we calling off the search? Did we find something? Did we find something? Everyone's going to be waiting, because why'd you call off the search? I mean, there's only one reason you'd call off the search, because you found something or you have some news, and you got to stop those resources, because for every Sebastian and every Madeline, there's probably 5 little children and another 10 adults that we haven't even hit the news, that they're working on, that's eating at their souls too, and it's, but when people were like, what the hell, like,
you know how many families out there that don't even, how many families out there with missing kids or that don't have,
I don't know, and I don't want to think about it. They don't have coverage.
Yes, that don't have coverage, that don't have voices. They don't have voice.
Yeah, they're afraid to use their voice for whatever reason, like, let's not even speculate. Let's not get the chat going rolling on that. But like, everyone's
it's because people don't want to hear them. People don't want to hear them.
True. Yeah. And so,
it's up for people like me to bring the story and put it in front of people like you that can look at it. It's like, because I've heard so many sad stories of people's loved ones still missing till this day, and they're just begging and asking for help. And I'm like, I feel so bad. I'm like, send me everything that you want me to post with a picture and just everything that you can, because I want to try to help in any way that I can. Obviously, that's what my platform's for.
Amen. Amen. And people come to you, most people that come to you are good souls, and they're looking to help, even just, and they need to, like, make a little release, like, we called before. I'm not really this weird and hippie-ish, but like for real, like your energy is really good. And there's some really good things going on here. People need this outlet, and also people really, the brainstorming helps, people being heard helps, and like everyone's got their own experiences to bring to things. Like, you know, people in the chat, like you have your autistic friend, I have my autistic friend, I have my autistic cousin. Like every autistic person is different, but you know what's beautiful about it? Like everyone here knows someone that's autistic that's like thinking of them, or like what would they do? You know, like we care about our people. You know, but like tonight, you know, I'm just having a really, really bad feeling. Like when I saw them, I was like, okay, there's probably some domestic abuse, right? And I don't mean to sound jaded, but you know, like I really didn't get a good vibe from the man and the woman and what she settled for, and they didn't seem as concerned as I'd like them to be. But then again, I grew up being, you know, not treated so well myself. So I'm like, well, I turned out okay. You know, what would my parents act like? You know, my mom didn't even care about anything that was going down with me. You know, I had to, just today I had an incident where my friend and I had to evacuate a situation really bad. You know, I knew I only had to defend myself, but you know, I'm almost 50, right? This kid is 14. Okay, and he apparently loves the shoes. Really mad or really scared. I'm sorry,
Cajun Navy
15,
just
right?
dropped
15?
the statement. Hold up one second. I want to kind of see this.
Okay.
United Cajun Navy has deployed a search crew. This was 1 hour ago for Sebastian Rogers, ladies and gentlemen. I was looking for an update. Weeks after his disappearance, our team joined in the search today with 5 search dogs that were already in the area from the search for Riley. I can't say much about I can't say much about the today's search except that our team is awesome. So I don't know what that means, but
I'm getting chills.
I don't know what that means. We'll find out what that means. We'll
All I
definitely.
gotta say is, you know, people have been talking about the canines, and the lady offered a really good example of how the dogs were hitting on every place in every building because the lady was stuffed in the air duct. All I have to say is, like, you know, when I've had a dog or a cat, when I was out with dogs today, animals know. Even if they're not trained cadaver dogs, you listen to the animals. All right, so I was trying to call a few times, so I skipped over some good stuff when you guys were talking about what the canines were doing.
I think something was found.
But probably, because otherwise it wouldn't call up the search, right? Because otherwise, why are they going to send their best specialists out there? You don't just send just anyone. All right, those are like highly trained people, make a lot of money. A lot of these guys used to be, you know, Marines, Army, whatever. They come back, they spend their time back in the community. You know, it is not cheap. And you know what? These guys have to turn around and go find out about another case. You know, so like, let them rest, let them go on to the next case that, you know, Lord, let's hope it's not as bad as this one. But you know, when you shut off resources, you know, just from a project management standpoint and just from like a government contract standpoint, that means like we literally like need to stop this because we're hemorrhaging money and we have no reason to do it. No matter which way you cut it, you know what I mean? Capitalistically, fiscally, whatever way you want to cut it, when you call off, you stop some resources, that means you have an answer, or you have it. You close an avenue.
I wonder
I don't
what it
know.
is. I honestly
don't
wonder
know.
what
I
it
have
is.
a bad
I'll be,
feeling, my
you know, I'll be
friend.
curious about it. We'll see what it is. Honestly, I'm like I said, I'm curious to see what we find out from what the Cajun Navy or why they backed out, what's going on. And I appreciate you calling in too. Thank you so much for being a voice in the community.
Yes,
I need you to do 2 things
Yes,
always
sir.
though. Stay vigilant
Okay, tell me.
and lock your
Lock my
door.
doors?
You already know.
Yes, sir. I got
And I look
you.
forward to hearing from you again.
Amen, my friend. Talk to you.
I'll hit you. God bless. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Cajun Navy. Weird statement there on the Facebook of that Cajun Navy. Hold on. Let me go back to that. Again, it says United Cajun search crew for Sebastian Rogers after his disappearance. Our team joined in the search today with 5 search dogs that were already in the area from the search from Riley. I can't say much about today's search except our team is awesome. Interesting. 402, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. Thank you so much for taking my call. I've been trying to call in.
Anytime.
This is Kim, and I'm in Nebraska. I emailed you because I really wanted to get on with you, so I'm glad I was able to. But I work with individuals with disabilities, and I've worked with both kids and adults with autism for over 14 years. And a couple calls ago, there was a lady that was talking about how everybody with autism is different, and that's absolutely true. There's all different kinds of behaviors and just levels of abilities with people with any disability, but also with autism. And it breaks my heart about Sebastian and what's going on. But here in my town where I live, about 3 years ago, a young man who was 11 years old with autism had disappeared from the area and still hasn't been found. But
Interesting.
he walked right out of school and only lived about 2 blocks away from the school. And where he lived in the apartments he lived it's a very trafficked area. And the thing about him is that he had disappeared before, and also he had been searching for how to hide from the police. And so, at first everybody just kind of had hope because they had found him previously, but something happened this last time that they weren't able to find him. And every time I drive through the area where I know he was last I just pray that he'll be found someday and just reunited with his family, because as a mother I feel like that is the worst possible thing that can ever happen, is to lose a child and then not ever know what happened to them or ever be able to find them. So and then the other thing I wanted to say is, I love that you are spiritual and you pray for people who are going through hard things, but I also want to tell you and remind other people as well to pray for people who are parents to kids with disabilities, because like that lady said before, it's a hard job being a parent of a child with a disability. You never get time off, there's a lot that parents go through, and that does not justify, I'm not saying that it doesn't justify you harming your child at all, but people need to know that they're supported and to have the strength to ask for help, and just that they can continue to be patient and loving and everything to your child. Because when you have everything in life that just hits you anyways, and then you deal with things every day, and sometimes you don't know what those things are even going to be, it can be very challenging. And so I know a lot of parents that I always give parents credit for what they do, because all parents are have very important jobs, but parents of kids with autism and disabilities, man, they go through a lot. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I just wanted, and one other thing, somebody was talking about the diapers and stuff, and just because somebody is a high functioning person with autism doesn't mean they don't wear briefs and stuff like that, because especially at night, that can be a result of medication. It can be just a result of sleeping, heavy and not getting up and all of that stuff. So I just don't want, I know it's easy to group people into a specific, kind of stereotype of what you think of them, but you just really don't know what people are like unless you know them and know their day-to-day activities and how they behave.
Yeah, a lot of people said this smart caller. I'm anxious to call.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I see a lot of people. I'm just reading what everybody's saying, and I appreciate you calling in and breaking it down. Was that you that sent the email?
Yes, I did send you an email because I've been trying to get in.
Lisa?
And I really wanted to talk about. No,
Okay.
Kim. I sent
Kim,
an email
okay.
to you too.
I got you.
Yeah, I sent an email to you too. But thanks for everything you do. I listen to you all the time. I don't always, I think I've talked to you one other time, but I felt like I really needed to call in tonight. So thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Anytime you feel like you need to call through and you can get in, you're more than welcome to. That goes for anybody. And thank you so much for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you. And thank you for breaking that down for people who may not have known. So I appreciate the educational part of it too. That's why I like having it, because you never know who's in here listening. I mean, we get former law enforcement sometimes, we get former detectives sometimes, we get professors, we get all walks of life in here, and I really do appreciate every single one of you that have educational standpoints. Thank you so much, man, for coming on the show and being a light tonight. Thank you so much. Make sure you do two things for me though, and stay vigilant and lock your doors. You already know I'm gonna say that
Always,
every single
always.
time. God bless
Thank
you.
you.
So much.
Have a good night.
You are appreciated. That's to her. 219-885-9693. Again, I will read it again. It says United Cajun, this is what just came out an hour ago. United Cajun Navy has deployed a search crew for Sebastian Rogers weeks after his disappearance. Our team joined in the search today with 5 search dogs that were already in the area for the search for Riley. I can't say much about today's search except that our team is awesome. 203, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hi. I wanted to talk about the case.
Yes, ma'am. Let's talk about it.
Yes. Are we on TV?
Yes, ma'am. We're live all the time. When I answer, we're live.
I love your show.
Thank you.
I think it's very interesting.
Thank you, ma'am.
And what I want to say is, have you noticed how all the stepfather is always wearing shirts that are up to his neck?
The stepfather's always wearing shirts that's up to his neck.
His neck.
Okay.
You know, like he's maybe trying to hide something or whatever. But the other thing I was thinking about was the stepfather was on the other night, and he had said that when they seen the 2 flashlights in the yard, that wasn't true. They weren't flashlights, and that they were not suspects.
Interesting.
Him and his mother.
Not
you know, so that struck me funny as to what are the cops saying about the flashlights.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much about it. I'm not really. They're gonna keep everything close to the vest right now, especially this early with not much being put out. That's why I'm wondering about the probable cause affidavit to see what really initiated that landfill search that they first did. When they did that landfill search, again, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. They did it for a reason. They didn't just go to the landfill because they had to have some type of probable cause for them to go to this landfill to search for this boy. Again, it's super weird. They're saying that who's not a suspect again? Who are you talking about?
The stepfather and the mother.
Yeah, they're gonna say that. That's what I mean. Look at Jen So Toast. I mean, 100% not a suspect at this time, and then it changed.
Yeah, and the flashlights were not true. They were not 2 flashlights. They were something else. But he wouldn't, go any further with that.
I don't know much about the flashlights, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they had on the neighbor's video. They had 2 flashlights that they seen in the backyard, and then they interviewed the stepfather, and the mother, and he said no, it's not, because he's the one always talking. And he said no, it's not. They weren't flashlights, and I can't go any further because it's an investigation. But I don't know. I don't know what the police department ever said about that. And was he working? I mean, what hours was he working? He keeps saying he was at work, but
what hours? The hours that he was working, I'm not too sure about. Let me see.
Yeah, right. Because he never says that. He just says I was working, or something happened, and then he went back to work to cover himself up.
Well,
Because I think they had.
it says that he was working out of town. You know what I mean? Like that's what it said. He was working out of town.
Yeah. And how far out of town?
I wonder. I mean, maybe they were able to corroborate that. I don't know though. But then again, it says from what I've read, what I've always been reading, which it says Sebastian Rogers, 15, disappeared late February from the home he shares with his mother and stepfather in Sumner County, Tennessee. The boy's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was working out of town, and mom, Katie Proudfoot, said her son wasn't in his room when she went to wake him up for school on February 26th. So he was allegedly out of town February 26th.
Mm-hmm. But at 2:00 in the morning, they seen the two flashlights. Did you see that video?
Which one?
They showed the video of the neighbor's video of
I know which one you're talking about. I know exactly which one you're talking about. In a second, I'll pull it up.
Because who else would be there? I mean, come on, they lived in the sticks, really. This kid is not going to go outside.
Yeah, I know. That one that you're talking about was like 10 days ago, I believe.
Yeah, then they were interviewed.
Yeah, you're talking about this. Let me pull it up. It shows right here. Boom. You're talking about this. I got it pulled up on the screen right now. Just a new home security video from the night the team went missing. So I remember when they showed that. I actually did peep this.
Yeah, see, they're showing it. You're showing it now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've seen this video.
And he said, "Oh no, the police said it's nothing. It wasn't. They said it wasn't nothing." And then he wouldn't go any further. I mean, that is something. You could see it. It's pitch black there. Don't forget.
What are your thoughts on these flashlights that you're seeing?
Well, I think that something happened, maybe bedwetting or something, and they lost their temper or something. And I don't think he's with us anymore. Sad to say, but I think they went out there and something happened, and they both had the flashlights. I don't even think he had I think they both had the flashlights, and they were I think that they put him in the car. I think she put him in his car because they went back to that common way, they said, where you walk through. And then she went out for a ride, remember? To go looking for him in the morning. How long were you gone?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And you went for a ride, and the kid's missing. I mean, I find it hard to believe, and I know it could happen, that somebody was out there at 3:00 in the morning where they lived, because there's nothing around there. I don't think the kid, because he would be too scared to go outside. I don't think he would, because they get scared, special needs. Something definitely happened there. No, I think they both, and he's wearing his shirts all the way up to his neck, as you notice.
It's super weird.
Yeah, right? If you look at him in every picture, it's almost up to his neck, and the other one is too, the T-shirt.
I mean, I wonder if that's just the way that his body sits, and the shirts are always just up to his neck,
Could be, but
I wonder if so.
And I feel sorry because if he did have something to do with it in her, they better watch out with the kid's father, because he's nobody to fool with, I don't think.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying that you can't rule him out either. I don't know why, but I get it though. I get it. I understand where they're coming from. Excuse me.
He's searching. He's out there.
Yeah, but it brings me back to this time where I have to bring it up. It brings me back to this time when we were searching for Jessica Paget back in 2014.
Yep.
Jessica Paget was missing in Pennsylvania, and guess what? Guess who was searching with us? The killer.
Yeah.
The killer was out in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, searching with us while Jessica Paget was dead at his house. And we were out there, her husband, her mom flew back from Florida. We were out there searching with them. And this guy was out there fake crying, everything, putting on the whole show, the whole nine. So it's like, you never know. I'm not saying that he is a suspect to me. I don't think that at all. But I'm saying in general, we do have to be weary of things like that could throw you through a loop. You'd be like, damn, I didn't even know this whole time.
Yeah.
You never know. You got to keep an open mind. That's why I say free thinking platform and just keep your mind open. Don't
you
run
don't
with the
know in
first
this
thing to the
world.
bank.
But these two, I don't know. And if you look at his face, like you got it up on the screen now, he has more than a just, my son's missing. He's got like a very worried look on his face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's just a different look.
Mm-hmm.
He's not crying. He's not out there searching. He's not, he's just too calm.
Mm-hmm.
Too calm. Like it's rehearsed. That's what it looks like to me.
Who are they talking about? Smiley Story. Who are we talking about?
I'm talking about the stepfather.
No, I know who you're talking about. I seen somebody in chat saying something about I don't even know who they're talking about. Smiley something.
I think they found him though. I think this was because they called off that what they call off tonight. They were all searching, and they said for them to go home.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, and I went to a report that came out just a little bit ago, and it said that they called the Cajun Navy off.
Yeah, see, why would they do that?
Yeah, I don't
know.
something.
They got something.
We'll see. We'll see what they say. And it says here too, again, if you had just came in and you're looking for some sort of update, I mean, this is what came out. It says the Navy, listen to me, I can't even speak straight. The United Cajun Navy has deployed a search crew for Sebastian Rogers weeks after his disappearance. Again, it says our team joined in the search today with 5 search dogs that were already in the area from the search for Riley. I can't say much about today or about the today search, except that our team is great or awesome. He says our team is awesome. And then, but the reports that I was reading said, let me read this 1 second. I'll tell you right now. It says, I've been told by multiple sources as well that the Cajun Navy was told to stand down for 7 days to be exact.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then this afternoon, when the searchers were going out, they showed it. Somebody else had it on. They were showing it on YouTube. And the guy, one of the big searchers, came up and he said, well, they found what looked like a grave. It was raised up a little bit. It looked like somebody dug what looked like a grave. And they found this insulation with blood and whatever. And then it sounded like the way you were talking, the way they were coming back, like nothing was going on. Like, the dogs hit and they weren't gonna go. They weren't gonna go. The police department. Then they all went.
Yeah.
Because they're not saying everything. They got to watch the parents too.
For sure.
They're out eating.
So do you think that it's foul play or that he just disappeared? Before I move on to the next caller, I'm curious.
Special needs a kid like that for 5 weeks. Nah, they don't go outside. At nighttime like that, pitch black, they're too scared. He wouldn't. Something happened. They bedwet, and sometimes, the parents lose their temper or whatever. But no, my heart, and I hope I'm wrong, but I hope they bring him home alive. I'm praying real hard, but I just don't know. I don't think after 5 weeks, he would freeze to death.
Yeah.
Where could he possibly go?
Yeah, that's a good point.
He'd go to his father's, wouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He'd call his father. He'd go to a house, call his father.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm praying that he does come home alive. I wish I could go search. I would love to go out there and search, but, but keep praying they bring him home. I hope this is a big hit.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Even the grandmother knows.
I seen the video. I seen the video they're talking about in chat. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice of the community,
Keep
man.
Up the work.
God bless you.
And pray for him.
Absolutely. God bless
Bye.
you, ma'am. You have a blessed night. Make sure you lock your doors and stay vigilant. You hear me? Shout out to her. Oh, hold up 1 second. I see y'all talking about this video. I've seen that video. There was 2 people up top and 1 down bottom, correct? On the video that you guys are talking about, the one that you're referring to, I've seen it. It has her up in the top left-hand corner, 1 on the right, 1 down below. I've seen that video. I just didn't know the name of the channel. I've seen it actually earlier. Yep, Tommy, that wasn't no damn dog bite. 219. My bad. I left it on Do Not Disturb. It'll be ringing in a second, though. I really hope they find him, be ashamed. If foul play is involved, those responsible get away with it. You think so, Skippy? I don't think so. You never know. We've been seeing some wild stuff lately. 319, what's on your mind? Talk to me. 319, don't get shaky on me. 813, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hi, T-Rex. This is Grandma Jolie. I had talked to you a couple weeks ago on the Soto case, but now I am just so heartbroken over this special needs child that's missing.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just have a thought that as a nation, when I'm 70, so when I grew up, it was in a whole different time. And this whole generation has not experienced the way it was when I was young. Mothers stayed home for the most part. Any neighborhood that you went to, somebody looked out for you.
Right.
If I would get in trouble somewhere, that mother would call my mother and I'd be in double trouble. It's gotten very, very selfish. And I think the other problem is pornography is everywhere. There was no such thing when I was a kid. You had to go to some out-of-the-way movie theater or something to see these things. And now they're in every home, and they're messing with people's spirit, their souls, and their mind. And it's making it more easy for people to do bad things to children. And the selfishness is so rampant that people are caring more for themselves than those around them. We can change that, but we have to be very honest with ourselves as a nation and realize that there is a better way, and we need to encourage each other and really pray for each other.
And I agree. That's why I've been praying so much lately. I'm being honest. Like I've been praying more than these last 2 years, but even this last year, I've even praying more than I've ever have. It's not. I don't know why, but it just is what it is, and that's how I'm feeling, and that's where my energy's been at. I said, you know what? I'm gonna put my life in God's hands and just follow His path.
And you have, and that's why I call in. I wouldn't call any other show, but I respect you so much because you're very sincere, you're authentic, and you're truly prayerful. So many times we say we'll pray. In our house, we have a book. We have like a journal. And every time we promise to pray or we hear somebody needs prayers, we write it in the book. That way, when we go to pray, which is usually every day, we pray for all the prayers in the book. And we call it the Book of Dry Bones from Ezekiel, where God put the flesh back on the bones. We have to do that because prayer is so powerful and we can't just let it fall apart. We have to pray that men will stand up for women. My grandfather used to take his hat off if a pregnant woman walked by him, or if a funeral went past, people would stop and show respect. And my heart grieves, not just for all the children that are being hurt and harmed. That does kill me. But for all the people that don't know that there's a better chance to live out there, a better world we can live in. And we're only going to do that if we're all very honest and we're very loving and we're very unselfish. We have to look at each other and say, I have to put your needs ahead of my own. I have to care more about you than I care about myself. And that's what I see that's going wrong. We cannot allow pornography and crazy thinking into our world. The TV has changed us. As a child, I didn't have TV until much later in my life. And so you did things around the house. You went outside and caught lightning bugs, and you played chase in the yard. And to watch TV was a big adventure. But now kids can see anything at any moment in any time, and it's not healthy and it's not good. These are just my thoughts because I truly am grieving for this whole generation. I want to put you in my arms like any mother would. I had a special needs child that was dropped on his head at birth.
Oh my
And it
goodness.
was so hard. It was so hard. The doctor smoked pot. And he's now almost 50, and he's overcome so much. And it was hard. It was very hard. I had to make a million sacrifices.
God bless you.
But the point is, we have to have love that sacrifices. I hear people say me and John and Judy. No, it's John and Judy and me. We have to put ourselves last, because when we do that, everybody else is ahead of us. That's the way to make the world better. On our knees at night, being truthful and honest. I need help. I need to change. And if we're not honest, and we're just doing what we think is socially acceptable, I cannot get over that we can say the F word 10,000 times a day, but we can't say the R word. What's happening here? It's upside down. It's mixed up.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot messed up, and that's why I have my platform the way it is, and I talk to you guys the way that I talk to you, because people talk to each other like, and I'm, excuse my language, but people talk to each other like shit today.
That's right.
They do. Everybody treats each other like trash, and it's like, why?
Yes.
You know, as soon as somebody says something, it's like, oh, well, that person's a fucking idiot, or it's like, damn, like, are we really putting this much hate into the world? Like, we really need we need positivity. That's what we need. We need positivity so we could push for change. We can't come together if we're arguing. We can't come together as the masses, and try to make change in this community, especially with children being taken out of these homes. You have these child molesters and rapists that are out here that are getting slaps on the wrist, and they're getting out, and you just have tons of different things going on, and these families being re-victimized. And we have to sit here and argue with everybody? Or why can't we just get along for the greater good? I mean, you could disagree. You don't have to agree with everybody. That's not what we're saying here. What we're saying is, how about putting some love and light into your life, and you'll get out that little bit of darkness that you may be stuck in.
Yes. And if it's okay with you, I would like to say a prayer for our audience.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. You already know. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Lord,
let's bow our heads and let's do it.
All right, Lord Jesus, we come before you right now, and we know that we're in trouble. We know that we have fallen, and we have allowed these things into our life: selfishness, lust, greed, a hunger for money that's just so dissatisfying. And yet you put in our souls the longing for you that only you can fill. So I humble myself first tonight. I am sorry for all the times I did not do the right thing, or I could have done more and I was frightened or afraid or thought about what people would think, but I'm just too old for that now. I know what's really important is to love everybody. I need you to send your love out into this audience tonight. There's so much brokenness and sorrow and confusion and mixed up. And I need you to put your holy hands upon T-REV's head and anoint him for this work that he does, because it is righteous work. It is your work. And he can, by your power, if you don't let him get weary, he can make this world better. Don't let people get cocky and think they're somebody, because none of us are anybody's. We're all made of clay. What's special about us is your soul is inside of us. I pray that the Holy Spirit will fill everybody's heart with love, peace, hope, positivity, and joy. Let us really be friends and neighbors and love each other. And let us pray. Let us honestly pray. And bless my friend T-REV. I love him, and I ask you to let everyone in pain be healed tonight. Amen.
Amen. That was a wonderful prayer. I felt it through my soul. Woo! Got chills too. Thank you so much.
Dear.
Thank you so much
God
for
bless you.
bringing your love and light onto this show and saying that wonderful prayer that you just said that gave me chills. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate
You're welcome, dear.
you are.
God bless
I
you.
remember your last phone call. It was wonderful. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
again calling up, spreading your love and light, and also speaking on this the problem that we have today in the world. Not only that, speaking on this case about Sebastian Rogers, and we pray that he is found safe. But we pray for that. But God bless you, man. Thank you so much. I really do, again, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate you and that love and light that you brought to the show tonight. I'm always going to appreciate it.
Thank you.
I hope you have
And
a
I
wonderful
you
night.
too, my dear. God bless you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Nice phone call. I really do. That was nice. Now we can check out that video that you guys are talking about. Wow, she gave me chills with that prayer. I ain't gonna lie. She gave me chills. She gave me chills. I forgot what I was doing. Am I hypnotized? I swear, I feel like I'm hypnotized right now. I'm good. God bless, caller. We talk about sorry I was in. Thank you for prayer. Love the prayer. Thank you for that. Such a sweet lady. Just sweet lady that lady was. God bless her. I really do appreciate her. 609, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Am I on the air?
Yes, sir.
Fuck.
207 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. That last caller was awesome. I literally come to tears with her prayer.
She was.
We all needed that for sure, 100%.
Absolutely. She was.
Yeah. I just hope that there's some closure, whether he be found, Sebastian be found and brought home, or found and the parent know what really happened to him. I feel horribly bad. All these kid cases, I take to my heart. Really, I take to my heart. I live, maybe I shouldn't, but I live every day coming onto this computer and watching and listening and finding out what's going on with our children in the world. And it's a really scary, horrible life that we're living right now. I don't know if it's just the fear in the parents not knowing how to take care of their own, or even bringing satisfaction to the children, that they are worth something, or even themselves, that the children are worth something. It's really sad. And geez, I'll tell you what, that prayer that lady did, I want her to know. I hope she's still listening, and I want her to know that meant a whole world to me. The whole world needed to hear that prayer, and I hope they were all listening.
Oh, it was a strong prayer for sure.
Absolutely, it was. And I hope that if they found this young man, we can get some closure within, not just within the family, but within the world, because the world's watching out for this little guy. The world is looking at this little man for some type of closure, whether it be, a happy one or a sad one, as much as I hate to say it, but I mean, it could very well be a sad one. Look at the world nowadays, and we have Maddie, and we have Audrey, and we have, all these kids that are just the ball is being dropped by our parents of these children.
A side note, another rocket went tonight from Coco. That's improved satellite info. Interesting. You still there?
Yeah, I'm not going to keep you too much longer. I just want to let you know that the prayer meant a lot to me.
They did, for sure.
And I just want that lady to know that it was very much heard and felt. And
It
that's
was.
where I am today.
It was for sure. And she made a
Yeah,
very good point.
yeah, and I thank you for all that you do. You really have made my life a different life. And
Thank you. I appreciate that.
well, I'm the one that had some issues with my brother,
Mm-hmm.
and I just recently met up with my sister and my other brother, one of my other brothers, which was good and not so good, but great, if that makes any sense. But yeah, you have meant, T-REV, you have literally meant the world to me. That will never change. Not one moment of my life will that ever change.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I just can't thank you enough for all that you do.
You're welcome. I'm glad that I was able to help you in some way, and that's always the goal, is to try to help somebody. So if it's one person, then the job is complete for me. Well, not like I'm done, but I'm saying in general, that's what the whole point is to do this, to try to help, not only help people, bring awareness, different things. And the fact that I was able to help you out in that type of way, doing what we're doing here, just it speaks volumes to me, and I appreciate you sharing that with me.
Yeah, and like I have come up with a new motto for myself. It's like, if I can make one person smile each day, I've done my job.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I can't make myself smile, as long as I make somebody else smile, that's all that matters to me. Just let the smile out there. Let the sunshine ray on somebody else, because when you think of others, you're going to be rewarded in the end anyway. So yeah, so thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I appreciate you.
I won't keep you. Have a great day. I love you.
You too. I love you back. God bless you. Thank you for the kind words. And again, lock your doors and stay vigilant. God bless. Shout out to her. I appreciate her. Thank you for sharing that with me. Let's look at this real quick. Somebody said, look at the comments on here. All right. Well, let's take a little gander at the comments then. What's going on in the comments that are we missing out on something? Is there something there? Hold up before I open these lines. And we got a video. We need to check some stuff out on that video y'all are talking about. Now it says, I know everyone wants to know details, but sometimes y'all have to trust the process. Oh, interesting. Again, this was 5 minutes ago. I know everyone wants to know details, but sometimes y'all just have to trust the process to ensure that things go the way they are supposed to. Interesting. I do think that's interesting. Process to ensure that things go the way they are supposed to. Cryptic post, huh? What's going on here? Am I missing anything on here? Oh, due to the nature of this case, we have no comment at the moment. All right, so somebody said there's a rumor Cajun Navy was asked to stand down for 7 days. It sounds untrue. Due to the nature of this case, we have no comment at the moment. Interesting. We will be back tomorrow. Listen, again, Todd, are you all going back out tomorrow, or is it what I'm hearing? The United Cajun Navy was asked to stand down for 7 days. Is it true? If so, would you all be asked to stand down? Thank you. We will be back tomorrow. I think this is important. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow. Answers all my questions, and it proves that is misinformation out there, which I'm going to post on Twitter right now. I want to make sure that I post this on Twitter, that this guy from the Cajun Navy is saying they're going to be out there tomorrow. So that's obviously a rumor that's false, saying the Cajun Navy was told to stand down. Debunked, ladies and gentlemen. Cajun, hold up. The Cajun, or there's reports. There is reports that the Cajun Navy was asked to stand down. Sebastian, hold on. I'm posting this on Twitter because I feel like misinformation is, sometimes misinformation can be the worst in the world. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just don't like misinformation. I'm not a big fan of it. Not a big fan of it. 1 second. I'm posting this up. Take this here. Sebastian Rogers. Okay, I got it. Navy was asked to stand down on the Sebastian Rogers search, but according to Todd Terrell with the Cajun Navy, they will be back. So they will be back tomorrow. Okay, so I post that. Let me grab this, copy that, and there we go. Posted. All right, now we got that misinformation out the way. Let's get to this video you guys are talking about. What's the timestamp on this whole long video? Because it's like hold on, let me see how long it is. Damn, it's 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3 hours. 3 hours. Timestamp. You said bang bong. One thing I always say is I hope he didn't suffer. Search continues tomorrow. I seen that. Tried posted by the Cajun Navy and removed it. It was posted and the Cajun Navy removed it. What do you mean? What'd they post? I'm confused. Updates. What you talking about? Read the other one. You almost did it. What you mean? Read those other comments. You almost did it. What other comments? What? That's horrible. I've been wanting to search my kids. They're missing. What comments did I miss? I'm confused. I'm looking for a timestamp here. What time were we talking about in this interview?
Without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without.
Hold up. This whole thing is.
Thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah.
This is what people are asking to play. Where the timestamp on this bad boy?
We do.
Like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that.
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did
This
see
bad boy is 3 hours. This whole entire thing is 3 hours. Literally.
Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's it's just
Bad
part
boy,
of
3
it
hours.
when you work away, you see each other when
Yeah.
you can, but he doesn't. It's a lot to travel.
You know what? Let's get to this part. Hold on, I got a part. Is this the part a lot of you were talking about? I got you. Sebastian. Okay, here it is right here. I got it right here.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing, and his
Seen
biological
this one
father
earlier,
is
too.
desperate for answers. A piece of the puzzle is missing, and I 100%
This
agree
whole
with him.
interview, the mom.
What happened to Sebastian? This child didn't just vanish into thin air. I strongly believe someone knows something. After getting numerous comments about red flags in the interviews that Sebastian's mother and stepdad did, I decided to take a closer look. The latest interview was just 2 days ago, and in this interview, Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepdad, does most of the talking. The one thing that stood out to me is when Chris talked about giving away Sebastian's snake.
I bet.
My heart was very sore to
No.
hear that because in this picture, Sebastian is holding his snake, and he looks so happy and proud. He sure loves that snake. Chris said that Sebastian stopped
No, I
properly
seen
taking
part of
care
it.
of the snake,
I've
and
seen
that
part
made
of
him decide to give Sebastian's snake away.
I know who it's with. I've seen part of this interview. I just didn't watch the whole thing. I've seen a part clipped out of this interview, literally. Actually, multiple clips from it. So apparently, I mean, that was the spot for the main interview, but I've seen multiple clips. People have made videos on this already.
As well as all the other snakes they had at the time. They gave the snakes away to Chris's friend. It must have been so upsetting for Sebastian. We know that Sebastian is on the spectrum, and dealing with such a sudden change must have been difficult.
The snake. Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake? Or y'all got or decided together? Or tell me about the snake. I
Okay,
understand
so right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So I've used a long time ago. I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptiles, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things.
Mhm.
In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But we had a Samentine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
You said I can't
he's
stand this
never
thing.
had one that was his snake, his own snake.
Mhm.
Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, you know, purchased. However, I've got friends that are in the world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat. And I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time. All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, you know, having a snake means responsibility. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he actually did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
Yeah. And parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent.
I don't know who
And
that is.
I told Sebastian, if you don't
know who it is.
She's gone.
Didn't tell you.
And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. He's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not going to just hang tight with him.
Chris also talks about another instance where Sebastian wouldn't clean his room properly, and Chris would go in there with a trash bag and start throwing things away. He would make Sebastian take the trash with his belongings outside. Seems a little drastic. Do you guys think a stepdad should have this much say when it comes to discipline? Anyway, here is another part of the interview that was worrying to me. Chris admits to hitting Sebastian with a belt on the butt outside of his clothes. As time goes by and more information comes out, I worry for the safety of this precious little boy.
I'm going to try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay.
Conversation.
Damn, are you really gonna make me go watch this 3 hours? What was followed up after that? What did he say after that? Man, what did he say after that? What did he say? There must be wilder shit than that. And that if he's on here for 3 hours, or she and he are both on here for 3 hours, there had to be some wild stuff said on it, right? He said he beat him on the ass. Is that what he was saying? I beat him. I spanked him with a belt. You said, as a parent, if your child is slacking, you stay on top of them and show them how you deserve to have clean space. I was treated like that as a kid. It stuck, or it sucked. K Mino says, what the heck? People on the spectrum don't react well to sudden changes, especially if there's emotion involved. Yeah, I'll open the lines back up. I mean, we could dive into that interview all the way, but I mean, we'll be here for what, till 3 a.m? As much as I'll pause and stop and talk, and then that it'll be about 6 hours if we watch that. You said Trevi admitted that CPS was called. Huh. He admitted CPS was called. CPS was there before too. Evelyn says he wasn't allowed games, pets, internet, and called him NR Chris. Amanda said, I'm telling you that 3 hours was the best interview because it showed just what kind of people they are, and on how they treated him. Okay, I got you. I see you. Griffin, Miss Griffin. I'm gonna call you Miss Griffin. I don't even want to butcher your first name. He talks about CPS case in this live. Someone else joins this live named Josh. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that part. I've seen this cut up a lot. I've heard that belt part, and I've heard the snake part. But I think that was the only, or no, there's another part that's out there too that people are clipping also. So watch it by yourself and then you'll be mad. Yeah, I need to watch it. I definitely need to watch it. Where's that interview? It's on what's her name? Hold up. Smiley Stories World right here. Right here. That's her name. If you want to go watch the 3 hours, go watch it. But speaking of it, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about doing something else right now. I appreciate, you know what? I'm going to end it just like this. You're going to watch it after live. I'm about to end this live. And you never know, we may be live on the second channel. But again, I appreciate everybody who came by this stream. I will be back on again on this channel tomorrow. As usual, we'll stick to our schedule. I appreciate you guys who came by. You already know how we ended off. I don't play that. Hold on, let me see. I wasn't even going to come on today, but seeing this, I was watching JLR's live, and I'm like, man, I can help in some way. I don't care. I can help in some type of way, right? But I remember I got a response when I asked something on the other channel about Sebastian, and it said, in the sewer. Just interesting. And I need to talk to that psychic that called in earlier, too. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit the like button before you go out. But most importantly, you know this part of the show. This is the ending. We call it the ending. This is how we end it off. Again, I appreciate everybody who came by this stream and, made us think, gave us thought-provoking conversations. I appreciate all of you who shared your theories. I appreciate everybody who is respectful in chat and can have respectful conversations. Thank you all for being a part of the community, and you're the reason why it's stable. Just to let you know, all the positive folks out there, you are the reason why there's a stable communication between a lot of us out here, and we're able to push these stories and move forward. So shout out to all of you, all the positive people who are willing to open their mind up and think of different things. Again, Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old. Something was triggered today by a dog. I don't know what it was. We'll find out more information on that. And I'm interested in finding out what it was that dog was triggered by. Right. But again, love and light, remove that negativity, step out the darkness, let that light in. If you got somebody always nagging in your ear, crying about everything that you do, get rid of them. You know what I mean? Get rid of them. You don't want that negativity around you. And I'm talking about negativity, people who are being negative. Get them out your circle, embrace the positivity. That's what I did, and it worked for me. If it could do it for me, it could do it for you. But everybody's different. I love you all. And you already know we're going to play this. It's called Voice for the Voiceless. I just dropped this. A lot of people are digging it. Voice for the Voiceless dropping 2024 this summer, the whole entire album. Thank you guys. I've seen all the wonderful comments on this. I really do appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. And again, let me know what you think. Here we go.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and
to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster when y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak, it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. And they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
Remember, you're never alone. You may think you're alone at this time, but you're never alone. Trust me. Dear Jesus. And yes, this is me.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look. It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not trying to be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
All right. Maybe this is the one you were here for. I don't know. But this is a song that I did make live, and it is called Rev Gang Strong, and it will be on the album Voice for the Voiceless of 2024. And maybe I am inspired to, I don't know. There's a lot of things I want to do tonight. I want to make a song, but then I want to go do a spirit. I don't know. That's what an ADHD mind does. But then again, I got to play this song to get this Rev Gang strength back. Stop letting people dim that light of yours.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one big of a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
You guys are way too kind. Way too kind. Yeah. I love when I play these. These make haters leave. I just love it. I love it. And I feel like one more time we need to just, I need to run this back one more time.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. Man, they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No wins, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you.
Nah, we don't care. Hold up. What do we got on here? Maybe I got a bonus track for you. Oh yeah, this one. I mean, of course, a lot of people already know this one, but if you're new, you don't.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it, TV, if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom or the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? anime, out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog, but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.
Thank you, Draw. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys, every single one of you. And one more. Let me see what I got. I got a lot of stuff on here. There's a lot of stuff on here, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we'll leave it at that. I feel like that's gun violence. That's different. That's different. Gun violence is way different. Get it going. Deep depression. Oh, wow. That's a deeper one. I'll end it at that. I appreciate all of you. Love and light. You already know, though. Turn that notification bell on for that second channel because I'm feeling froggy and I might leave. I love you all. Thank you so much. All of you. All of you. Way too wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you all.
I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is failing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. LE